live here on YouTube for the Viva Mexico 250, and I have absolutely no idea why that's the name of this race, but I'm gonna probably refer to it more frequently as the Mexico Grand Prix, even though obviously that would be the name for the F1 race. It's NASCAR's Mexico Grand Prix, so we're here not in Mexico because border control wouldn't let me through.
Why do we look frozen on that screen?
Because this one is paused. Because if that's playing, it causes extra power to be taken from the computer and isn't needed.
Okay.
So there we go. And since today's Father's Day, we got my dad here for the first Cup race in the new studio. Welcome on in.
Thank you.
This was a long time coming. Yeah. A long time coming.
I was wondering if it was going to get done by this Halloween.
Yep, I say from Halloween to this year. But we are here. We are ready for this one. You want to go ahead and make your race pick? Everybody kind of already knows mine from the podcast. As one, if they listen to the podcast, and two, I mentioned it on yesterday's race.
So I am going to pick. I'm going to go with Ty Gibbs.
All right. Absolutely no bias there.
No bias whatsoever.
Considering the Ty Gibbs fan in the room. Yep.
Outside of the fact that he's starting fourth, which is a pretty good starting position. I think it's going to come right down to the end, and it's going to be a Ty Gibbs, Eric Jones finish.
Okay, there is really no bias in that situation. So where do you have Noah Gragson finishing in that situation? A close third?
Close 32nd.
Okay, 32nd for Noah Gragson. Okay, so it's not complete. No, it's not complete. All bias out the
window. No.
For those of you guys who don't know, he is a massive Eric Jones, Ty Gibbs, and Noah Gragson fan. So 23 minutes still till the command to start the engines. We're gonna be here for a minute. So.
As you can tell, I picked the front runners for my winners.
Yep.
And my favorite teams. Yep.
So we do have the top 10 up at the top of the board. So you guys can go ahead and see those. For you, they're just right in front of your face.
Top 10 what?
Qualifiers.
Oh, okay.
But it will stay the top 10 throughout the race. Yeah, updates at the end of each lap. This leaderboard here updates at the end of every lap, so.
Okay.
Yep. So if there's multiple passes during the lap, sometimes we might be a little bit late to them, especially if there's it's Amazon Prime. There probably won't be a full screen commercial during racing. Sorry, I'm used to Fox and throwing commercial breaks at every corner possible. And some that I didn't even realize were possible.
And especially with 10 laps to go in a close race.
At Talladega.
Anywhere.
Yeah.
And then they'll come back and they'll focus on somewhere back in the middle of the pack rather than who's leading this thing. Where the rest of the race, they figured, I'm going to follow the leaders for 290 laps. And then with 10 laps to go, we're going to focus on the middle to the back of the pack. I don't understand.
Yeah, almost like they need to hire a new race director. My application has been submitted. But yep, so we are here and ready for this one. Of course, the first NASCAR race outside the U.S. in a couple of years.
I got nothing to say. By the way, long live Mexico.
Yeah.
That's the name of the race.
Yeah, Viva.
Long live.
I'm just so used to Viva Las Vegas from Elvis. Yep. So we are here and ready for this one.
I don't think anyone is mistaking either one of us for being Mexican. So.
Nope. Nope. Don't think that will be happening anytime soon. Well, maybe if you spend more time out in the sun like you have the last couple of days.
Yes.
Or they might start to mistake you for a tomato.
Yeah.
Yep.
More tomato.
Yep. There we go. That is another race that you will not be around for. The Daytona 400. Lines up with church getaway weekend.
Yes, it does.
Yeah.
I actually thought it wasn't going to because the getaway weekend was so early this year. No, it just happens to be the same.
Pretty sure, at least.
It is. I've already checked.
Yeah, 23rd.
When I was signing up for it, I was going to sign you up, and I'm like, nope, it's
Yeah.
it up.
If it was almost any other weekend, I would probably be interested in it. And we got a bot.
Bought away.
Right on channel, so they will have to make a new account before they can comment again. Which will be about 4.5 minutes.
Wow.
Speaking of 4, hey look, Noah Gregson's car.
That does look like Noah Gregson's car.
You had no idea that would be Noah Gregson's car if I just pointed up there and said, hey look, the 4 car.
No, you're right. Probably not. Hence the reason I have all the numbers in front of me.
Yep. Yeah, you got your play sheets.
I got my play sheets, yeah.
Yep. So what position is Noah Gregson starting in?
He's down there. Like 32nd?
35th.
35th. I knew he was down there.
Oh, hey, look, right up on the screen. Perfect timing to talk about Noah Gregson in his starting position. 3 top 10s this season.
Well, maybe they don't need a new race director.
Well, no, they just need a new they don't need a new pre-race director. During the race is a completely different thing.
Well, Prime does pretty well.
Yeah, Prime has been definitely doing better. And considering it's the same production crew that'll be doing the next 5 races after Prime, looking forward to that section on TNT/HBO Max, otherwise known as just Max. I think they dropped HBO from the name a year or 2 ago. But, yep, same group. There we go. And then, so I was looking through the schedule. We actually have quite a few interesting races coming up here. Obviously, we got the back-to-back road courses, July 6th and July 13th at Chicago and then Sonoma. So this next month and a half is going to be SVG's biggest time to shine, because I think there's no secret that he has really struggled on the ovals. Now, he's been getting better. But if he can't be a reliable top 3 to race win contender on these road courses, then that oval performance becomes a lot harder to stomach. Because I think for the most part, a lot of us are giving him benefit of the doubt on the ovals with these things. Well, he's just going to win a road course eventually and make the playoffs and get first rounded, because there's no road course in the first round of the playoffs. But he was good at Circuit of the Americas, but he wasn't untouchable. And in fact, he didn't win the race.
Right.
So, again, these next 3 road courses are going to be key. Now, obviously, it's hard for any one driver to win every race of a single track, unless you're 2017 MTJ at 1.5 miles. And even then, he didn't win either of the Texas races that year. But he won virtually every other 1.5 miles that NASCAR breathes within a 360-mile radius of.
So what do you think of the Denny Hamlin swap out?
Yeah, I mean, Denny Hamlin, we knew it was going to happen. We just didn't know for which race it was going to happen. So
I think leaving the country makes perfect time to say, okay, honey, it's time to give birth now.
Well, yeah, and especially if Hamlin was looking at a race that he wanted to skip, this would have been the one. Because have you seen his numbers on road courses? I'm sure you did some research before setting your fantasy lineup.
I did.
Even though you didn't actually have to research his numbers for this week's fantasy because he isn't in it.
And I really didn't have to look up Ryan Truex's either.
Hey, he has a cup start in the last
5 years.
11.
11?
Yeah, his last cup start was 2014.
Okay.
So he has a recent cup start.
Yeah, 3 generations of cars ago.
That was still Gen 6 cars. That was literally the last generation before this one. But he hasn't picked up on any. That means he didn't pick up on any bad habits from, say, from any of the other aero packages that they messed around with, because they think they changed the aero package in 2018, 2019, 2020, 2021, 2021 again, and then in 2022 we got the next gen car. So he didn't pick up any. He wouldn't have picked up any bad habits from racing in the Cup Series during those times. So he's actually fairly fresh. And I actually think he's an okay sub driver. I've seen a lot of people kind of wishing that it was Corey Heim this weekend, and to an extent, I wish that it was too.
I
But
think I heard that come out of your mouth several times.
I understand the fact that Ryan Truex. I mean, first off, he started preparing for this backup role back at Nashville when Corey Heim was not an option because Corey Heim was running the number 67 car for 2311 that weekend, so he wouldn't have been available for that weekend. And Truex has been preparing right alongside Denny Hamlin, not knowing when he was going to get the call to have to fill in. So I think Truex will be well prepared. I mean, obviously qualifying didn't quite go his way, but give him 250 miles of practice, a 100-lap race. He has plenty of time to learn this track.
A wise person told me, though, that although he didn't come in well in the practices, he was still less than a second off from the leaders. So
Who said that?
you did.
Really?
That's what you told me.
I think I was talking about a different driver.
No, we were talking about Truex.
I think I remembered Allmendinger being in 30th place, but being less than a second off the leader.
Where was Truex?
Behind Allmendinger.
How far off was he?
All right, for practice, let's see. For practice session number 1, Truex was 36th, 1.7 seconds off the leader.
Okay, 1.7 seconds.
Then in practice session number 2, he was 2 seconds off the leader.
Okay.
Don't worry, though. For qualifying, he managed to improve it. Landed right in the middle at 1.8 seconds off the leader.
All right.
So, yeah, again, none of those numbers really scream a ton of confidence in Ryan Truex, but it's one of those things where you had to pick somebody, and he was actually going to be available for all 3 potential races that Hamlin was potentially going to get called out of the seat for. Now, I think it would have been really interesting if it had happened mid-race, what Denny would have done. Like, if Denny would have pulled himself out of the car mid-race, especially if he was leading at Michigan last weekend.
Yeah.
Yeah, say, if you're leading a race and you have that situation, you jumping out the car?
Yes. Yes, I would, honey.
Yeah.
Just in case she's watching.
You know she's not watching. Yeah. What's the over-under on whether or not she's upstairs watching the Hallmark Channel?
I think that is a very strong over.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's a very strong over.
Hey, Red Zone, how's it going? Alright, so there we go. They're coming back from commercial break. Again, we should be about, 30 minutes away from the green flag? If we're probably about 10, 15 minutes away from the command to start the engines, but we are coming up to the 3 o'clock turnover here, which normally for TV windows would actually mean something, but on Amazon Prime, I don't think TV windows mean anything. Which is great because it means we get a couple hours of pre-race coverage and a couple hours of post-race coverage to watch on any given weekend, which if you're someone who loves watching NASCAR and hearing from every single driver, I mean, Prime has done a great job with that, both pre- and post-race coverage. So there we go.
How you liking having your driver on in the middle of this?
Yeah, Carl Edwards out there. Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I love that. I love getting to see Carl Edwards more. Wish he would come back and drive a race or two. I mean, as I say, I think All-Star Race would have been a great chance to see him in the car. Not to mention, I think him versus Corey LaJoie in a 1v1 race around this course, give them both a chance to actually learn this track, would be an absolutely amazing thing. Not to mention, that'd be something very funny to play off of in the pre-race coverage. Unfortunately, they decided not to do that. I do remember Jeff Gordon versus Clint Boyer one year. They used some sort of rental cars to go and do a race around the Daytona High Banks. So there we go. Not sure who all these people. Some of these people I don't know who they are. say both Steves along with Ben Kennedy up there, though. Yeah. Two of the most important people three of the most important people for NASCAR. Ben Kennedy, he's the, I believe, grandson of the France family, so he's the next one in line to take over kind of that NASCAR ownership role. And the two Steves there, Steve Phelps and Steve O'Donnell, are the brains behind most of the competition decisions.
Okay.
So, the pair of Steves. I don't know why NASCAR would trust someone named Steve to make any sort of important decision at all.
Who was the hipster on the end?
That would be Ben Kennedy.
Okay.
He's the youngest person in the NASCAR ownership group and the grandson of the Frances.
That is not what I expect to see from anyone that likes NASCAR. Sorry.
Yeah, well, hey, can't discount that a younger point of view can definitely help with trying to reach the younger fans.
Oh, absolutely.
I mean, I think that's one thing that NASCAR and a lot of sports, honestly, really struggle with when it comes to trying to reach the younger viewers. When you've got guys like not trying to take any shots, but Goodell out there with the NFL, Roger Goodell, and the fact that almost every NFL owner got gray hair and on death's door, basically. Although, I don't know, I think Jerry Jones might be past that door. Considering how far gone he seems on any given press conference. But don't worry, in NASCAR we got much younger owners. Hi, Joe Gibbs. Hi, Rick Hendrick. Yep.
Gibbs. When did Joe Gibbs retire from coaching the NFL?
It was a couple years ago. A couple decades ago. It was a little while ago.
I think it was more than a couple, actually. Wasn't it?
What? It was what? The 80s?
Yeah, I think so.
So about 4 decades. Yeah, something like that. 3-4 decades. That's only like 1 to 2 decades more than I've been alive.
It's a third of my lifetime.
Yep. In fact, you'd probably fit in pretty well in the NASCAR ownership group, except for they might ask who the young man is who just walked into the room.
I thought that's why you brought me in, the hipster look.
Yeah. Yep. Definitely. You're our California hipster.
Yeah.
Yep. Definitely. But yeah. Also, when you see Ryan Truex, you might understand another reason why I definitely support him as a driver being substituted in. He may have a recognizable head of hair. Yeah, he has a very similar hairdo to what I rock. And by rock, I mean barely get by. But yeah, so they're doing the national anthem right now. Yeah, I assume they're going to go through doing both the Mexican and American national anthems. By the way, in terms of TV rating and viewer attention, F1's doing their Canada race right now. So, of all the times for NASCAR and F1 to be going up against each other at the same time slot, it's a weird salute there from Suarez. I assume that's a traditional Mexican thing?
I don't know.
To salute over your heart like that?
What does that mean?
Because I understand a salute like this, and I understand putting a hand over a heart. Both of those I understand. That is very much a weird compromise.
Yep. I've never seen that.
And I've watched other sporting events like when the NFL goes to Mexico. I've seen some of those.
I'm watching other people down here in Mexico, and I'm not seeing anyone else doing that.
I say, Suarez didn't crash yesterday, so it's not like he's suffering from CTE. Because we've seen what concussions can do to a person.
Yes.
Especially multiple of them. Although I have to imagine something else happened to Antonio Brown for him to be in the news as frequently as he is. Most recently being wanted for murder. Or attempted murder. Sorry. Yeah, the person did walk away.
He wasn't good at what he was trying to do.
Or maybe he was very good at it. Maybe he wasn't trying to kill someone.
Oh.
That'd be a first.
But then it wouldn't be attempted murder.
Well,
is his defense.
Yeah, there we go. That again, he hasn't been formally charged, so Until he's formally charged, he can't you can't say he was trying.
Actually, I think he has been formally charged.
Well, I guess convicted would be the correct term. Yeah, he hasn't been officially convicted yet. There we go. Wrapping up the anthems. Now, are we going to go to another commercial break before we get our command to start the engines?
I would think
Probably, considering they still got to climb in the cars and get the window nets up.
And you have 8 minutes to go. At least.
Yep. And we got a side-by-side commercial before the race even starts?
That's nice. You got to love the side-by-side, because who doesn't want to watch all these people walking around pit road?
Yeah. I mean...
You can't make out any of them.
Yep. I will say, the crowd turnout for this race has been amazing.
It is.
The amount of people that have shown up for this race, because that's one of the things that was worrisome was, what if the race absolutely bombs in terms of people that show up in person?
Yeah.
But I think NASCAR really has turned out quite a bit.
They did. It'll be interesting to see how they do in the TV ratings.
Yeah, I mean, TV ratings have been down across the board from what they would have looked like on regular cable network. But for reference, the NFL in their first year of moving from to Amazon Prime for Thursday Night Football from the NFL network saw a very similar dip, and since then the views have been on the rise each and every year. So I think give it a year or two, and I think we'll see the quote unquote TV ratings for the Amazon Prime races to grow.
I think you're correct.
Although, granted, I would hope that we just see more and more Amazon Prime races. Is there any way Fox can just forfeit theirs at some point? Like, Fox, if you show more than about 4 full screen commercials during green flag racing, I think you have to just give up the. I think you have to give up the Daytona 500.
Didn't you say that you applied to Fox Sports for this? Didn't you say that you applied to Fox Sports for their broadcast, so you don't want them to continue?
Well, if they hire me, then my tune might change. But as of right now, I don't think they've even looked at my resume. I mean, granted, Walmart shopper might not be the right amount of experience that they're looking for, but professional talking head on a NASCAR YouTube channel, sure. Not to mention, I've done both the radio style broadcast thing at the Hall of Fame, in addition to the TV direction half of their simulator there.
Yep.
So I have some experience. How much harder could an actual race, a full 400-mile race, be?
No, I don't think it could be difficult at all. Nothing goes into that, I'm sure.
Yeah, I mean, granted, you still aren't in control of where people are pointing their cameras. Like yesterday during the big crash in the Xfinity Series race, every camera was going every which way except for onto the crash that took out Ty Gibbs. It took him like 25-30 minutes to find an angle that actually showed what happened to Ty Gibbs and why his back end got completely destroyed. But to their credit, there were about 7 or 8 different spins in the same 2 to 3 corner window. Yeah. So I understand why cameras might have been going everywhere. It's just that how did not one of them? How could they not find one of them that was on the Ty Gibbs getting spun?
Because no one has the faith in Ty Gibbs like I have.
In the Xfinity Series, they should. He's only won I think he's won about 80% of the Xfinity Series road course races he's been on, and that includes seasons where he was going up against AJ Allmendinger at a full-time basis.
Oh, there's the talking heads.
Yep, Dale Jr., Adam Alexander, and then Steve Letarte. Trying to remember who the third guy there was.
They waited until you got the name spit out before they put him up on screen.
Yeah.
That was pretty good timing.
Yep. Yeah, they had to remember who they even had on the broadcast this week, even though it's the same 3 guys each week.
That was just Alexa listening to you.
Okay, yeah, probably, especially considering we don't even own an Alexa.
Oh, yeah.
Try to forget that part.
Don't say that. Now you got Amazon reaching out to give me my Alexas that they want me to start using. No, sorry. I don't put things like that in my house.
Yeah, no. We just have Siri listening in through the iPhone.
I do have. No, I don't have Siri.
No, I do. Oh, I don't use it at all. I don't use Siri. If I need to search something, I'll just search it myself rather than here's what I found on the web. Because I could have done that in probably about the same amount of time it took me to say it and for you to search.
So why did it take so long to get a Cup Series race in Mexico?
Well, I think, yeah, you have the obvious of the fact that 90% of the Cup races are owned by two specific companies, and neither one of them own an international track. So moving the NASCAR Cup Series to Mexico is a money thing for them. That one of the two of those companies is gonna lose money. Although I say two companies, NASCAR owns one of the two, bought out one of the two companies a while back.
Yeah.
There's our current playoff cut line, which that cut line is extremely close, including a tie at the cut line between Ryan Preece and Kyle Busch. And man, that is a hard one to root for because it's like, I love Kyle Busch, but I got to root for my fellow Ryans too.
Who had Ryan Preece on their bingo card for making the playoffs this year? I know you did.
Let's see.
I didn't have Ryan Preece on my bingo card.
I still got to go back through because I was looking at my list of my list from earlier this year in February when I put together my list, and I got some serious questions for former me.
Hey, there's Jeff Gordon.
Yep, Jeff Gordon to give the command to start the engines.
Those are some eyebrows right there.
But yeah, I gotta ask, former me, why did I put that 10th driver on that list for playoff contenders?
That is a very good question.
I mean, maybe I wrote that down initially when I was writing them all in, and I changed it before I went and did it on the video, and I just forgot to change it in the place where I wrote it down. I will be doing, before the end of the, when we get to the end of the regular season, I'll go through and react to the entire video, but why did I have Cole Custer making the playoffs? At least according to this list that I had found in my phone. The rest of the list actually looks fairly decent. I mean, yeah, obvious. And say I've got 12 of them currently in position, I believe.
And SVG, you can't not have him in there.
Yeah,
because you have to expect that he's going to win at least one road course.
He might have a win by the end of the day.
Right. I'm kind of expecting that he might be up there.
Yep.
Behind, obviously, Ty Gibbs and Eric Jones.
Yep.
But
yeah, the fact that 12 of my 16 drivers, 12 of them are safely in the playoffs on points. Yeah, or with wins already on the year. So, not bad.
Why are all these people in white running down the pit lane?
Not sure. I'd have to see them again to know which people in white, because there's a lot of people wearing a lot of different colors.
Well, this was a group in white pants and white shirts, and the ladies were in white dresses.
Not sure.
Must be a Mexican tradition.
Yeah, well, when you said white pants and white shirts, my initial thoughts were thinking of when when NASCAR has special features on the Navy personnel around the place.
Yeah,
that very much sounds like a Navy personnel type.
It
white top and white pants.
Until you got to the long white dresses for the ladies.
Yep. Not to mention, I'd be a little concerned if we're featuring the American Navy in Mexico, because
maybe they were looking for their time after last night's Army parade.
Yeah. But here we go. Should be seeing cars rolling here shortly, so we're just chilling out until then. Hopefully everybody's having a good time. Yeah, Suarez always has some interesting helmets too. He usually rocks some sort of Day of the Dead or other Mexican tradition on his helmet. I haven't seen the one for today unless it's the same one he wore yesterday, which is very possible. But
Why am I seeing this one chat up here?
because that's the chat. There's just only been the one message.
Oh, okay.
Aside from the 4 messages from bots.
Yes.
Which we don't like bots.
No.
I removed them.
Or anti-bot.
Yep. Down with the bots.
So, have we ever had a NASCAR race in the 51st state of the United States?
Yeah, NASCAR's been to Canada before.
Have they?
Yeah. In fact, that's the last time NASCAR went international was with Canadian Tire in the Truck Series.
Okay.
Yeah.
No, I'm talking about the Cup Series.
Oh, Cup Series is definitely, I'm pretty sure, is raced north of the border. They have never raced south of the border.
Yeah.
And then I know that they did some special races across the pond in Japan.
Okay.
Definitely thought you were thinking the other pond, weren't you?
Yes, I was thinking the other pond.
Yeah, no, Twin Ring Motegi.
It's a big pond.
Yeah. But yeah, Twin Ring Motegi, though, in Japan has a 1.3 mile, or had a 1.3 mile oval. I don't know if they've kept up with it. I know it was damaged during one of those earthquakes that Japan had, which they have quite a few of those. So I have no idea what kind of state that's in right now, but they're going to go through the starting grid, so we'll go ahead and talk about some of them as well. Shane Van Gisbergen, we were concerned about him after practice, where he didn't have a practice time better than about 9th, but ends up on the pole position today. Ty Gibbs all the way up in row 2 as well, having another good performance, and Michael McDowell in the 3rd row. I would love to see a Michael McDowell win. I mean, I know you would rather see Ty Gibbs, but I'd like to see Michael McDowell get it done.
I would like to see Michael McDowell get it done.
Yeah, AJ Allmendinger and Michael McDowell's former teammate, Todd Gilliland, starting on row 4 together. And about the most boring option you could probably find for a winner inside the top 10, Joey Logano on the inside of row 10. There we go. Yeah, Shane Van Gisbergen, the one and only highlight of his Cup career so far, won a Cup race in his first start.
Yes.
Which ironically the driver breathing down his neck for his Cup opportunity did the same thing in the Xfinity Series. Won the Xfinity Series in his very first start at Watkins Glen last year. And now they're outside the top 10. There's my boy Kyle Busch starting on the inside of row 6. Yep, just outside the top 10. There's one of your guys.
Eric Jones and Josh Berry in row 7.
Yep. Riley Herbst trying to continue to prove why he belongs in this car, starting in row 8. And just behind him, Ryan Blaney in the 9th row, not defending champion anymore. And we got Briscoe and Cindric rounding out the top 20 starters. So, and I say, there's Chase Elliott, 7 road course wins. Again, he racked up so many of those in such a short time.
He did.
And then the next gen car came along and bye-bye success.
Yeah. Bye-bye 9.
And it's not that he's been bad, but he's just been off just enough.
He just hasn't been great.
And with the introduction of guys like SVG, you kind of need to be great.
You do. Especially if you're a road course ringer.
You mean like AJ Allmendinger?
Yes. And I mean, that's what Chase really was. He was a road course ringer in his first few years.
Yeah. So there's Alex Bowman, his last win, his most recent win coming on a road course as well.
Yep.
And Carson Hocevar, I think he's a sneaky road course guy.
I do too. I think he has a shot today. I almost put him in my lineup.
Well, you want to hear my crazy stat for him? Yeah, because during the Truck Series race at Sonoma, he broke his leg and then went and sat on the pole position the following week in the race. Christopher Bell, my pick for the win, coming from deep in the field, obviously made that pick before qualifying, but yeah, hopefully he'll be able to come back through the field. Stenhouse, not really shocked to see him that far back on a road course.
Yeah.
And then there's Ryan Truex. See the full head of hair behind him?
I do.
Yep.
Quite a mane.
Yeah. Kind of looks like this mane.
And doesn't look like that mane.
Nope.
Catherine Leggy? Leg.
Yeah.
Okay.
Remember, it's British. You gotta pronounce it Britishly.
Britishly. Really?
There'll be an E at the end, but you don't actually pronounce it most of the time. What?
Britishly.
Englishly. Would that be better?
No.
Would Britishly have been better?
No.
One of the two has got to be close.
Let's just stick with British. Or Old English. Or not Britishly.
All right. Well, speaking of pronunciations of stuff, do you want to give it a try to pronounce the actual name of this track?
Can't even see the name of this track.
Let me pull it up on the phone for you.
That means I'm going to need the old specs because Autodromo Hermanos Rodríguez.
Yeah, that was not terrible. Certainly better than Dale Jr.'s attempts.
Well, I didn't say it with a southern accent either.
Yeah. But here we go, going through this one, and you'll get to see the embarrassment of this turn 10. There it is. That turn 10.
That's turn 10.
Yeah, that is classified as a turn.
That's like my GPS in my car. It says, turn here, which means go straight.
But yep, so that is definitely one of the most embarrassing turns I've seen on the NASCAR calendar in quite a while.
Good one. So that must have been, I actually heard one of the drivers talking about that the other night. He said, yeah, going into turn 10, he said, I was expecting something and it really didn't have much. I don't know who that was, but now I see what he was talking about.
Yep.
Cliff Daniels.
Yeah, crew chief for the number 5 car.
He get interviewed at every race. It seems like he does.
Yeah, well, I mean, he's Hendrick. Hendrick bias definitely plays into who they choose to interview. I mean,
no bias in the NASCAR series.
Really?
Really?
Then why did they go and interview Chase?
Because he's the most popular driver year after year after year.
Yeah, and same reason with why Cliff Daniels gets interviewed at every race, because he's the crew chief for one of the most popular teams on the planet.
So you think, which one drives the bias then? Is it NASCAR driving the bias, or is it actually the people?
Well, I think it's one specific fan base that seems to absolutely take over, because I mean, anything Dale Jr. breathes on instantly becomes the most popular of everything.
Yes.
I mean, I think you put Dale Jr. on the Fox broadcast, Fox becomes the most popular broadcast in NASCAR. Out of the 4 broadcast choices, I think Fox becomes the most popular if they put Dale Jr. on that broadcast booth.
I would like to disagree with you.
But
I don't think I can.
Yeah, you know that anything Dale Jr. breathes on becomes the most popular. And I say, if Dale Jr. endorses a change, absolutely everybody goes crazy about it. So, yep. So showing some of the differences in how the air works when with the elevation, which I thought this place was going to be really low to the ground. I didn't realize it was so high up that it's similar to racing in Denver.
14,000 feet above sea level?
Well, no, I think it's about half that, but it's still high altitude compared to the average.
7,315 feet.
So pretty close to half.
Yep.
So yeah, reduced horsepower, reduced downforce, reduced drag, reduced brake cooling. Well, wouldn't reduced horsepower and reduced drag kind of cancel each other out, though? Just saying. Pretty sure those two things pretty well cancel each other out there. So, you want to go through your fantasy picks for the week?
We started yet? I don't want to get them all out there and let people know who I got.
Lights are off on the pace car. We're definitely going green, so
okay,
we're close enough.
I gotta find them again.
Well, if I get to mine first, I'll do mine, but is a.
All right, I have.
Okay, garages are. Sorry, the pick is locked, by the way, so people can't copy you anyway at this point.
No one's gonna want to copy me. The people that win are the ones that copy what I actually chose to take out of my lineup.
Yeah.
Shane Van Gisbergen, Ross Chastain, Eric Jones, Ty Gibbs, Ryan Preece, with Michael McDowell in my garage.
Oh, wow, going right out on a limb there. You've got the first, second, third, fourth, and fifth place starters as we go green, green, green. Green flag is out. And we are racing here in Mexico. But yeah, real long limb there, taking the top 5 qualified drivers.
There's a lot of times around this track before they finish, so.
Yeah. And here we go. Ross Chastain already made his way through this one up into the battle for the lead here. So Chastain going to work with his teammate there in the 88 of Shane Van Gisbergen to clog up the front of that track with Trackhouse cars.
Are you really supposed to go that far off the green?
Yeah, you can.
Okay.
There's not a rule against it. So, yeah, you'll see that at Watkins Glen later on, too, that running wide off the corner is pretty much normal in certain spots.
Okay.
And a lot of that's because this track is designed to be run with Formula One cars that have much tighter turn radius and much higher horsepower and much lighter weight. So they are lighter and faster around these tracks than the big, bulky stock cars.
It was kind of funny watching.
And caution flag flies. For what? Come on. Time's ticking. We should see a reason.
Oh.
Rain. Caution for rain. Is it really a caution for rain? If so, we may have had a pop-up shower here.
I thought the road courses, they could run in the rain.
Yeah, but they didn't start on the rain tires. They started on the regular tires if they didn't anticipate rain. So if the rain pops up and is bad enough, they have to throw a caution to allow everybody a chance to put on the rain tires if they want.
The cars on the highway next to it's going faster than the NASCAR cars are going.
Yep. Well, NASCAR cars aren't. There's a lot more than it. Yeah, this looks like a typical. Are you sure they're racing in Mexico and not in Florida at 3:30 in the afternoon? Because that looks like a normal. That looks like a normal Florida afternoon there.
Well, you think about it, it pretty much is on that same parallel.
Yeah, but I mean they're significantly further west because they're in the Mountain West time zone.
Yeah, but the parallel north to south, they're in that same place.
Yeah.
Okay, they're the rain tires coming out.
Yeah, which I tend to remember. So the real curious thing that I gotta wait and see is going to be whether or not they end up deciding to force all the drivers to take the wet tires, or if some of them are going to be allowed to go to the if some of them will be allowed to stay on the slicks if they choose so. Because I remember a Charlotte Roval race where a couple of years ago when there was some rain in the area, but they allowed some of the drivers, if they wanted to choose to stay on the dry tires to try and gain track position. And I remember one driver in particular absolutely lighting up during that mixed condition race. And it was a driver you probably wouldn't pick if you were thinking of road course aces. His name is Ty.
Ty Dillon?
Yeah, Ty Dillon lit it up on dry tires in wet condition, in intermediate wet condition.
I don't think
at
of
the
Ty
Charlotte Oval.
I don't think of Ty Dillon
In
lighting
the
up
Cup,
any.
and that was in the Cup Series, by the way. That wasn't like Xfinity Series competition type stuff. He lit it up in the Cup Series. So, yep. So there we go. And
all right, I got to see who Mom's got for her roster.
yeah, so she's got a lot of the same ones you do: SVG, Priest, Gibbs, Chastain, Larson, and Suarez. So Larson, Suarez are her different ones.
Yeah.
Compared to you having Eric Jones and Chastain, I think. No, she has Chastain. So whoever. Oh, she doesn't have McDowell.
Wow, isn't she silly?
Yeah, because Mike McDowell's just going to go out and win this one.
He very well could.
Yeah, totally. Not a ton of bias talking whatsoever.
No bias on my part, but I think he could win this.
Yep. Now, I will say I do wish that he would get that he could get K-Love back on board as a sponsor. I think that those cars looked beautiful back then. And yep, here comes everybody coming down for rain tires.
Yep.
So again, I'm curious to see if anybody does try and stick it out with the dry tires, or if they're going to be forced onto the wets. Unfortunately, Amazon Prime does not have closed captioning, so we can't see what the broadcast is actually saying about the tire choices.
Really? You can't put closed captions up?
That's what I was just doing. Closed subtitles. Oh, they do have them now. They didn't have them 2 seconds ago.
Oh, of course they didn't.
It said subtitles are not available on this video.
On video, live.
Who do we have winning? Well, my race pick over on the on the Lap Down podcast that I'm a part of. We made race picks, and my pick was the we got rid of the bot. But my pick was before the weekend began was Christopher Bell and Dad. Who did you say you went with for your race win pick?
Who did I? Ty Gibbs.
Oh yeah, you went Ty Gibbs.
Yeah,
the bias pick. Yep.
Yeah.
So we did have two drivers. It looks like stay out behind the behind the pace car here. So we may see some changes here. We got the 17 Ford of Chris Buescher and the 2 of Austin Cindric opting to try and stay out here. They've all got their windshield wipers along with some other changes. So they all still have a lot of the safety innovations that would be necessary to run in the rain. But
tires are pretty important.
2 drivers, having groove tires versus slicks. Trust me, I know what it's like to try and stop with slick shoes on when you've got kids jumping out in front of your shopping cart every 5 seconds. Oh, I'm scared for slicks on a wet track. Yep. Well, again, there's only 2 of them, and the 2 that chose to do it are both what I would consider actual road course guys that I would trust to make that kind of decision. But yeah, I'm not. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't a little nervous for them too. So,
Hunter, who do you have winning this?
Well, considering the Busch fan and the fact that I think Kyle Busch has a genuine shot at it,
I wasn't going to mention that. I just was going to ask him who he was going to go for.
Although, hey, who knows? Maybe when he says Busch fan, maybe he's a fan of the Busch beer since they're spelled the same way. So
could be.
Maybe he's a fan of the Busch beer, which we don't have on camera, but we've got Kevin in the corner.
Can they see Kevin?
No, they can't.
Okay.
No. As I said, he's off camera. We do have... Okay, you have Busch or Suarez or SVG winning. Okay, well, that's 3 picks.
Yeah.
If I had 3 picks, I would probably have SVG in there as well.
I might have Suarez in there. I didn't put him in my lineup, but that's because I thought everyone else would put him in theirs. Oh my goodness, what a mess.
Drivers coming in and out of pit road.
Coming in and out of pit road.
Well, that's one of those reasons why you might want to stay on dry tires. You don't have to deal with all that stuff in the wet. Especially considering they're in the wet and coming in on slicks.
That looked like a day ending in Y in New York City every day.
Yeah, exactly. By the way, I have Suarez in my lineup. So I would love to see a Suarez win. especially if he's not in your guys' lineup.
He's not in mine.
So
I don't think he was in Mom's.
Yeah, he wasn't. So yeah, give me Suarez winning all day long. I will gladly take it. I could use it considering I have not had the best of points days the last couple of weeks. I am in 4th still, but I'm exactly 300 points behind Mom for the lead.
I'm exactly 5 points behind Mom for the lead.
Yeah. So you guys have a really close battle going on. I've got a little ways to go. Battle. Hey, watch me close in these over the course of the tail end of this year when you start running out of uses on the top guys.
Well, we got a couple of weeks left. Well, 10, 12.
Yeah, we only have today, Pocono, Atlanta, Chicago, Sonoma, Dover, Indy, Iowa, Watkins Glen, Richmond, and Daytona left.
11? I counted that right.
So after today, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 10 after today. Which means you could theoretically still burn through every single use of your Ryan Truexes if you were to take over full time.
Yeah, I don't think I could use any more Ryan Truexes. I'm thinking he'll be back next week.
Yeah, well, we assume Denny Hamlin will be back next week, but we don't know for sure.
He's right there.
Yeah, filmed this commercial months ago.
Yeah. Back
when we thought that National Debt Relief was actually going to be his primary sponsor the whole year. Then Progressive showed up with a big sack of cash and ended up on the car for 90% of the races. So, what do you think about New Hampshire being added back to the NASCAR playoffs?
I think that's wonderful, being a New England boy.
Yep.
I actually don't think it's a great track for them for a playoff track, but personally.
Yeah. Well, I think it adds some good diversity rather than running 8-mile-and-a-half tracks in the final 10 races.
Yes, I agree with that.
But if you look at the diversity in the tracks for the playoffs, you got Darlington, you've got Gateway, you've got Bristol, then you got New Hampshire, Kansas, and Charlotte for the Roval. Then you've got Vegas, Talladega, and Martinsville. I still am not a fan of Talladega being a winning into the championship 4.
So when are the other 2 road courses? If there's one in the, is there one in the first stage?
No, there's none.
There's 3 in the playoffs, right?
No, there's 1 in the playoffs.
Oh, I thought there were 3.
No, we got 3 left in the regular season after today. We got the 2 in a row at Chicago and Sonoma, and then we've got Watkins Glen the week before my birthday.
Okay.
Here we go. Pace car is off. Field in the hands of the 2 guys on slicks as we go green, green, green. Green flag is out, and they've got no grip as they spin the tires a lot trying to get this one going. And Ross Chastain pops out of line trying to take this one 3-4 wide as Ty Gibbs is also on the move towards the front of the field. Ty Gibbs and Ross Chastain. I bet you if you asked 100 NASCAR fans who was going to make an aggressive move on the start, that would be your list.
That would be your 2 right there.
Yeah, and then you'd have some that would probably say Stenhouse, which probably
he might be, but he's in the back of the field. So.
Yeah, but here we go. Now SVG also working his way up through here in this.
Wow!
The purple car at the front. That's SVG.
Okay.
Yeah. So SVG making his way through.
Oh, look at that rain.
Yep. How long do you think Cindric and Buscher last on those dry tires?
I'm surprised we haven't seen a yellow yet.
Yeah, well, hey, there's a yellow car.
Did you really do that?
Yes, I did. Hey, you got to make the joke when it's available, because sometimes
it's not appropriate.
Because sometimes there's not a yellow car around to make the joke about. Although, ironically, the yellow car might be one of the ones that's going to cause this, because hey, look at the in-car here on Cindric.
Spindrick.
Yep, Austin Spindrick. He and Buscher are definitely shark food here, as everybody is just gonna be eating them up.
Chum.
Yep. Jump in the water. And oh, look, a bunch of guys missing at the back of the pack.
Yep.
Not sure who those were, but.
They're doing the four-wheeling.
It's Austin Dillon, and it's the 42 of John Hunter Nemechek. We're 2 of the 3. But yeah, cars all over the place. I gotta remember to keep an eye out for the 71, not the 34 of for Michael McDowell. It's weird when they're racing right next to each other for 7th and 8th here between those 2. So, but yeah, it is a absolute monsoon out right now for the drivers. In fact, I'm curious how long they'll be able to actually race before they potentially throw a red flag, just because before it ends up becoming just too wet, even with rain tires.
I still haven't figured out how the one is running without his
windshield
wiper.
Well, if he were out in front of the field, I could say that
near.
Yeah, he's second place. Because yeah, if you avoid the spray of the cars behind you, the Rain X could do a decent job. And I say, in fact, neither him nor his teammate are running their wipers right now, as Chastain runs wide and SVG falls through to the second position.
I figured Chastain's got to be able to see out of his windshield so he can see who he wants to hit next.
Well, he only had, before Van Gisbergen passed him, he only had one option of a car ahead of him to hit. If you're hitting a car, it was going to be Gibbs. And here comes Kyle Busch in the Lucas Oil machine. And
there's Eric Jones.
Is that Christopher Bell already up inside the top 15 after starting 30th, 31st on the race? Up 17 spots since the start of the race. Great job, Christopher Bell, and I do not feel bad picking him up as my race win pick here. But yeah, all these drivers off these corners are just whoa!
Who was that?
I believe that was Michael McDowell going for a drift there. Nope, that wasn't Chase Elliott. Sorry, wrong red car. There's only like 30 of them.
30 of them, yeah.
Yeah. Got all the. I was kind of wondering how many drivers were just going to run full on patriotic red, white, and blue paint schemes for this race. So, yep, here we go. SVG currently holding the fastest lap, which probably isn't even overly fast considering all the rain. Oh, there goes Kyle Busch!
A couple around.
Yep, Kyle Busch takes out another Kyle, and a bunch of other guys go sliding. Ironically, I don't think anyone outside of maybe Justin Haley, I don't think anyone really got hit all the hard. And oh no, Allmendinger's off. Mom out there?
Yeah, she's out there painting.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say I keep hearing the tapping. It's like, yep, something's going on. And not sure what those are, but
that looks like cement in the middle of the racetrack.
Yeah, I couldn't tell if that was cement or ballast out from underneath one of the cars.
Could be ballast, but it looked like cement.
Yeah, it's just that ballast in that spot makes a lot more sense considering.
Yeah, it just flew off.
Out of the 7 car there. But yeah, Kyle Busch, I think.
Oh, another one came out of the 7 car.
Yeah, well,
I'm wondering if those were legal.
Well, they should be. I think the illegal part might be them being out of the race car. But yeah, Allmendinger got cleared out. Kyle Busch, Kyle Larson, and all of it just falls down to Kyle Busch getting out of shape there, and Allmendinger just gets completely wiped out. No way to see anything coming there, as it just taps him right in the rear.
Oh, it's like playing bumper cars.
Yeah, and here's the 38 of Zane Smith. Oh, Zane Smith lost it on his own. He also lost control, just like Kyle Busch. I thought he just came and piled into it, but no, he lost control on his own as well. Wiping himself, and he was the reason why the 19 ran wide. Yeah. There's the 71 for Michael McDowell in the blaster car, but yeah. Yep, there we go, just sliding away. So, I definitely did not have the over-under of a car on dry tires not being the one to bring out the caution here. But if you told me there'd be a relatively quick caution, I would have had it that one of the 2 cars on dry tires spun.
So I will take being tied for first place at this point after that. Okay.
Yeah, well, again, because this has been happening outside the top 5, you really didn't miss it. You really didn't have anybody that could have been hit. Considering your entire roster were the guys that started inside the top 5.
Yeah, but we're on lap 8 now.
Yeah, and we've had, we are 2 caution flags in. So we really haven't had all that much green flag running, and with the amount of rain, I'm not surprised that there hasn't been a whole lot of passing inside the top 5. Look at that drift.
That is a drift.
So you think that car needs to go in for a free alignment change?
I think maybe. Hopefully he bought his tires at VIP.
Not sponsored.
Not sponsored by VIP.
Yeah. But yeah, so there's the 19 crew. I think he should be relatively unharmed, but he was in the middle
position.
of it. Yeah, I mean he did have a small contact with the 7 as he went sliding through there, but it was at relatively low speed. He shouldn't have lost much.
Looks like the rain might have cleared up a little bit though.
Well, we'll see. That's the problem, though, with a track that's 2.5 miles long as a road course, is that it could be raining in one corner and not in another. And that then makes it really tough. Do you put on wet tires or do you put on dry tires if half the track's wet, half the track's dry? And do you really worry about rain in one of the corners if that one corner is turn 10?
Turn.
Gibbs Day, certainly hope so. I think we're both hoping that it might be Ty Gibbs' day, but
let's go, Mikey.
So far, I'm not sure. It's really kind of it's just kind of been a rain fest so far, where everybody's just kind of been sliding around. SVGE led the first 2 laps of the race, and then Ty Gibbs has led 3 of them. Not sure who the third leader was, who led the other laps, because we're 7-8 laps in now, and there's only 5 laps on that leaderboard. So
maybe whoever's leading the others are way back. I don't think they could be.
Yeah, I don't know who else would have gotten into that mix for the lead. I'm starting to think maybe our leaderboard might have frozen. I'm going to try just refreshing the page. I mean, I have to reorganize how it's laid out. Oh, Cindric got in there and led 1 lap because he stayed out during the rain caution initially. Although I don't think that's working out too well for him. Yep, there goes Chris Buescher taking off the dries and putting on the wets. So Buescher's finally been converted to a wet weather driver. I assume that we'll see Cindric somewhere on pit road here during the same period.
I would think so.
And if not, I think someone needs to inspect him to see if he's still sane. Although I think by virtue of the fact that he's driving these cars at all, I think he has some level of insanity. Go. Joey Logano came in, topped off for fuel as well during this cycle of stops. All right. Well, that was an exciting opening couple of laps.
Yeah.
I'd say the rain popping up out of nowhere definitely affected this one. And I love a good rain race.
I love the road courses.
I'm not sure Cindric is actually pit. I think he may still be on the slicks.
That really wouldn't surprise me.
Really?
No, I could see him doing that.
Could you see it working well for him?
I could if it dries out.
Yeah. I'm not convinced it's drying out yet.
I don't know. No, not seeing a whole lot of windshield wipers going right now. I think the track is still soaked, but
Yep. Well, the track being soaked is kind of the only thing that really matters for the tires.
missing the.
Oh, yeah. They refreshed the page and then tapped on the record tab.
Yeah.
Nothing new there to talk about, but at least now you know that there's nothing new there to talk about.
That's right.
So.
Keep my eye on that.
Yep.
Just like I do when I'm upstairs watching the race and watching you.
Yep. So Michael McDowell getting lined up here. Lights are off on the pace car. We'll be going back racing this time by. And there's the Kyle Larson machine has been brought to the garage area along with Kyle Busch to be worked on here. So I'm thinking that optimism from us Busch fans is definitely not.
Hunter's saying, "Go Suarez."
Yeah. Or SVG. He said SVG too, and SVG's on the front row as the pace car is off, and we are in, as I field in the hands of Gibbs and SVG as we go green flags out, and we are off and running here. And Suarez getting way out the way there, trying to get some extra wetness on those tires. Trying to avoid heating those tires up because that's the problem with the dry tires. And I guess that's
something just went flying.
Yeah, I thought I was worried that might have been a piece of ballast they missed, which would have been a really bad thing if anyone ran it over. But no, it's just a piece of tire.
Rubber alligator.
Yep. But yeah, here we go. This is the corner where we saw a lot of people sliding, and Ty
Gibbs took it wide, and
then slid even wider than I think he intended to.
Yeah.
Because I mean, he intended to go wide. Not sure he intended to go that wide, and that now opens the door for SVG. Yeah, SVG takes this one as they head down through these this next set of corners here. And
now it's raining again.
Well, no, that was SVG
puddle.
driving through a massive puddle to spray Ty Gibbs' windshield. SVG using the pedals effectively, and there we go. That's the map we really need.
Yes.
For a digital scoreboard here.
Yes.
Now down through turn 10. I don't think I've ever seen such a straight corner.
I don't think I've ever seen such a straightaway.
Chicagoland definitely hasn't seen a straightaway that straight. And yeah, there we go. Through the stadium section here, Ty Gibbs looking for he's trying to put his nose in there.
Yeah.
Get alongside SVG by any means necessary, but slips on the pavement again. Man, he is having a really tough time. Also, who was that driver I gave a shout out to for his rain performance in that one race? A certain driver who's now up in 6th place.
Ty Dillon?
Yeah. He's back up inside the top 10. And that piece of rubber's still out there on the track. Kind of surprised it didn't get stuck on somebody's grill. I mean, grilled gator sounds great, but not sure that's the kind of gator you want grilled. And oh man, Ryan Preece with a pretty big slide there as well off the.
He didn't lose any water.
I think he might have lost a position or
Did he?
two. Yeah, because there were drivers who ran it a little bit wider and had a little bit better grip. Yeah, I think he lost that spot
I was looking
Suarez.
I was looking at a different car.
Yeah. Say Preece has the red Colgate car.
Yeah. Actually, I was looking at 99, so I was looking at Suarez, who passed him.
Yeah. And here comes Michael McDowell all over the back bumper of Preece. So far, though, it's been a very eventful race for only 11 laps having been completed.
Yep. It's been a fun one.
Oh, yeah, certainly, as they head down towards the stadium section. Ty Gibbs going by Michael McDowell, and Michael McDowell having a really rough time here, and Ty Dillon has a best finish on a road course of 15th, despite the kudos I was giving to him. So, But hey, he's proving that, hey, when the road courses get rainy, he can perform pretty well. Up into the top 10 right now.
It's dry again now.
It's starting to dry out, so we might see him start to slide further back. But Oh, speaking of guys sliding.
Yep. There it goes.
Now, how we're only just now catching this corners later? By the way, it was Noah Gregson that went around for those of you guys listening, but can't obviously watch.
Or you may be watching and listening to us.
Yeah, might be. But for some people who are using this as their radio broadcast because they don't want to pay for the 30-day free trial of Amazon Prime.
The 30-day free trial.
I know what I said.
Okay.
I just know how many people I see complaining about the fact that NASCAR moved from free TV to a paid streaming service.
By the way, we are also not sponsored by Amazon Prime. Just to put that out there.
Yeah, no, we're just clowning on people on Facebook and Twitter who complain about things because they really don't think things through. Because it's like that 30-day free trial literally would cover all 5 races that NASCAR is having on Amazon Prime this year. So essentially, it's a full year free trial.
Right.
I mean, what other... Yeah, literally name another streaming service where you get a 365-day free trial.
And name another place that streams that has NASCAR.
Yeah, well, there's a few of them that stream that have NASCAR.
Yeah, but you can also get them on network.
Yep. But the only place you'll have opinions like ours is right here on YouTube.
That is correct.
Yep. The one and only place you'll hear people saying, oh yeah, Eric Jones might win this race. Had to do that one to you.
Thank you.
Or, hey, Ty Dillon's actually a pretty good road racer when it's wet. Figure I'd go and clown on myself for a take.
By the way, Eric Jones is in 11th place.
Yeah, I know.
Okay.
When was the last time you won a race from 11th place?
Well, he got to move up.
I know. Just figured I'd mention that.
By the way, he's in 12th now.
Yeah. And oh, hey, look, another one of our takes, or my takes from earlier. Custer. Yep. You know, if he wins a race and makes the playoffs, I think I will have a very good laugh at people if I did end up actually saying that. I'm still not certain I actually said that during the video, because I'm not sure I could have brought myself to say that without laughing. But Cindric's still on the wet or on the dry tires here, and I don't know, it still looks fairly wet. I mean, it certainly is drier than it was, but I would still want to be on rain tires at this point.
Yeah, I think so. Van Gisbergen still out in front. Gibbs in second. Chastain in third.
Yeah, SVG's built over a 4.5 second lead here.
Yeah.
Over Ty Gibbs. So I think SVG could probably relax just a tad bit. And ironically, Gibbs has a 4-second gap between himself and Priest for third.
7 laps left in the stage, so.
Time to talk about the most annoying thing in NASCAR road course racing.
Stages?
Yep.
Yep.
Because of the guaranteed caution flag, you're going to see guys who are only caring about the end of the race, like Shane Van Gisbergen, who are basically in must-win zone, decide to pit instead of getting the stage points. Because
that is a disturbing sight right there.
What?
Brad Keselowski in shorts.
And the tank top. He actually has some decent muscles on the biceps there. Also, who uses a water cooler in that way, shape, and form? Did you see the way that they were doing the water cooler?
I didn't see the water cooler.
They were just scooping it out of there with their cup. They were just dipping their cup in and scooping it out.
Sorry, I was just digging my eyeballs out of my head. Watching Keselowski in shorts.
Yeah, but yeah, so with 2 laps to go in the stage, the pit road will close, which means with about 3 laps to go, we're going to see drivers having to choose between pitting to get their track position back at the end of the stage or staying on track to earn the stage points. Guys like Ryan Preece and Kyle Busch will stay on track because they need those points. Guys like SVG who are in must-win positions, or guys like Kyle Larson or William Byron who have already won will pit to keep their track position when the rest come to pit road at the end of the stage. So,
hey Charles, how are you?
Doing fantastic. Here we go. NASCAR on Prime sponsor is Dish service that won't give you Prime's NASCAR broadcasts. Yep. I haven't actually seen a Dish ad, I don't think.
I don't know I have either.
I don't think I've seen any ads for a TV provider yet. But yeah, I mean, 30-day free trial though covers the entire NASCAR season for the Prime portion. So if you really don't want to pay the extra money, which Amazon Prime I think is a pretty fair value for what you get from it if you already buy stuff on Amazon from time to time. Oh yeah, there was a Dish logo before they went split screen on the leaderboard. Okay. Well, we'll have to keep an eye out for that, but yeah, they haven't had any actual advertisements during the race.
6 laps to go.
Yep, and SVG still with a massive lead, and as I say, at this point, SVG is coming down. Oh wow, he just had a pretty big wiggle, but keeps it going. So he'll have 5 laps to go here at the end of this one.
I think he could wiggle and push his car into first place in this stage.
Yep. Looks like I'll be catching Pocono from race from none other than Walt Disney World Resort next weekend. Okay.
That sounds like fun.
Yeah. Just making sure we have the right one. The Florida one, right? You did say World.
Yes.
Just want to specify. I assume we're talking the Florida one, because if you're talking about the California one, my condolences to you. How a terrible car crash sounds. Bush. That's pretty good.
That is pretty good.
But yeah, unfortunately, Bush did go for a little bit of a spin. Hopefully, he'll be able to get back out on track at some point. But so far, though, the lap times are nearly 2 minutes around here. 2 minutes per lap. Okay, Disney is greater than Universal. That is true.
I like parts of Universal.
Yeah.
But it's been like 20 years since I've been there, so.
Yeah, well, and I mean, the problem with any movie-based theme park is the fact that there haven't been very many good movies released in the last 20 years.
That is true.
So the choice of material for a movie-based or Hollywood-based theme park, kind of limited.
Look at Disney over the last 5 years. Holy moly.
Well, if there's one thing that seems to be working for them, it's being able to put out terrible movies and still being able to make a profit.
Well, I don't know about making a profit, but
they were still in business.
They're still in business.
And they're still doing it, so they must be making some kind of profit off of it. Because if they weren't making a profit, I can guarantee you Disney would absolutely be changing it up. All right, correct. Florida. I went to Disneyland over the holidays. Yeah, my condolences on that one. But yeah, so here we go. Heading down into the stadium section. They've got riding on board with Ryan Truex. He's actually not all that far back from SVG until SVG got on the straightaway and just powered away from everybody. And here comes Bell. Christopher Bell coming down pit road to get his tires and fuel before the stage end.
Yeah, Bell definitely does not need the points.
Yeah, Christopher Bell, one of those drivers who actually, he might.
No.
He's 96 points away from the top of the leaderboard and those 15 extra playoff points that you get for being the regular season champion.
Okay, so
there is definitely a conversation there. I mean, obviously, that's a long way to have to gain on William Byron for points to be able to get into that conversation, but yep, if you crash, there is no reset button like there is in iRacing. Yep, that is true.
Logitech.
Yep. Yep, that's a brand I have in the room.
It is. Sitting right in front of me.
Yep.
Not sponsored by Logitech. Just saying.
I'm not even sure if the wheel still works or not after it was in and around all that rainwater that was coming, or not rainwater, but indoor rain.
Indoor rain.
Supposedly.
We are in the new studio, by the way.
Yep, which is kind of the old studio. Old studio was like 5-10 feet in front of me. Oh, yeah. There should be a studio tour video coming up at some point. So.
Yes.
But here we go. Ty Gibbs coming into the pits. He's decided to forfeit track position for the.
Well, he's probably in a must-win situation.
52 points out of the playoffs. With a lot of races still to go.
Yeah, he's still got a chance.
And here comes Custer, Logano, Bowman, Byron, Keselowski, Dillon, Busher, and more coming down pit road.
Well, Custer might be able to point his way in.
Gragson, Nemechek, and Cody Ware as well on pit road. How far out do you think Custer is from the playoffs?
Well, I'm thinking that if we had another pandemic and every other driver was not able to make the field, then he may have a chance at making the 16th position.
It would take him 3 weeks to make up that amount of points if he was the only driver on track and he was able to earn 61 points in all 3 races.
But I'm thinking that he would crash before each one of those. And not be able to reach.
If he's the only driver on track, I have enough confidence in an Xfinity Series champion to be able to drive on track by himself. As here comes SVG coming down to the pits. He will probably be the last one that gets an opportunity to, because I believe he will end up crossing the start-finish line here to send it to 2 to go before Priest gets the opportunity. No, Priest just chooses to stay on track. I mean, granted, I understand why he did. Why did Blaney not try to jump to pit road? Ty Dillon gets to pit road on time. Actually,
did Ty Dillon get to pit road?
It was close. Ty Dillon may have made it to pit road on time. There we go. I hope this Mexico City race is worth the loss of a race in my state. Which state is that? Because I'm not sure which track we lost for Mexico. I don't remember which one.
What state are you in, Charles?
Yeah. I mean, I think you and I are both in the state of confusion at this point.
That's where we normally spend most of our time.
Yeah. Yeah, there's about 2 states we usually spend our time in. State of confusion, state of Maine.
Which is pretty redundant.
Yeah, pretty much.
Redundantly repetitive.
I'm trying to think of what... I mean,
Texas?
maybe... No, Texas says Circuit of the Americas, and we had a Texas Motor Speedway race as well earlier this year. Wisconsin? Because
that was a while ago, though.
Yeah, we lost Wisconsin a while ago.
Kansas?
We raced at Kansas like 3 weeks ago.
Right.
And there's a playoff race in Kansas, too. So there's 2 races at Kansas. Yeah, we raced in...
Virginia? I mean, Martinsville?
No, we still have 2 Martinsville races, not to mention if he's talking about his state, there's also Richmond, Virginia, too.
Yeah.
So, I mean, we have lost a Richmond race
that
over
was
the
actually
years.
the one I was thinking of.
Yeah, we did lose a Richmond date a while back, but that was during the pandemic. And Eric Jones nearly just took out Mike McDowell and Mike McDowell's former car, Todd Gilliland, driving that one.
Hey, those are both my drivers.
Oh, Richmond lost a race? Yeah, that was all the way back in the pandemic. and Virginia still has literally, yeah, what, 5 NASCAR races, depending on how you squint your eyes at Bristol.
Not to mention, you can stand in Virginia and see the Bristol race. You can stand in Virginia and see the
South Carolina races in Darlington.
And the North Carolina.
Yep. Yeah, I was like, I don't think any. I think the only state that's close to losing their entire NASCAR repertoire is going to be California, because right now California is down to only 1 race on the schedule in Sonoma. But I mean, even they still have a race, even after losing Auto Club and losing, the Clash at the Coliseum.
And I do feel bad for California.
That's funny. Good one.
Yeah.
Hey, AJ Allmendinger just took the fastest lap away from SVG. Fastest lap of the race currently held by AJ Allmendinger. That's a point for now.
Yeah.
It only matters if you can hold that at the end of the race.
Absolutely.
Though. But yeah, Michael McDowell stayed on track to try and gather the points. Preece has stayed out to gather the points, although I don't know how important points are going to be for Preece, considering...
They're important for me.
Yeah, well, they are important for you. Yep, that's for sure. As we're on the final lap, and there it is. Ryan Preece wins the stage. Ryan Blaney in second. I will consider this very much a stage win for Team Ryan. Chastain third, McDowell fourth, Gilliland rounding out your top 5. Jones, Hocevar, Bubba Wallace, Elliott, and Suarez, the other drivers earning a point in the stage. There we go. But, I mean, Virginia definitely, I mean, if you live anywhere near Virginia, you have access to plenty of NASCAR races. We have a 3-hour drive to get to our closest NASCAR race.
Yeah, and it's not in our state.
Yeah. And I say, the last time we had NASCAR in our state, we had not been to the moon yet as a country. 1968, the last time the NASCAR Cup Series rolled into Oxford Plains Speedway. Yep. 66, 67, and 68 were the 3 years that they raced there. So quite literally, we had not been to the moon yet as a society.
Have we really been to the moon now?
Well, we've at least been to Moon, Oklahoma, at the very least, probably.
Okay. I have not, but...
No, but people have, I'm sure.
I don't know. I bet there's lots of cattle there.
Yeah, well, those cattle are probably owned by somebody.
Probably.
Yeah, somebody probably has a cattle ranch out on there. And I say, if anyone happens to be watching this from Moon, Oklahoma, feel free to say hi. And if anyone is just finding out that there is a Moon, Oklahoma, don't worry, you're not alone.
I must say, I did not know there was a Moon, Oklahoma.
Yep. There's a lot of different places in the universe that you can go to without leaving the U.S., because Missouri has a town called Uranus for the planet.
Oh, is that what that was for?
Yeah, apparently they have a very popular fudge factory there.
Yep.
Yep. As you can imagine, that is exactly what everybody goes to Missouri for.
Yep.
Did you happen to stop there on your trip to Missouri?
I did not stop anywhere on my trip to Missouri. I just drove 27 hours to get there.
And then 27 hours back.
No, I actually flew back. Yeah, I didn't drive back.
How'd your car get back then?
My buddy.
Okay.
That we went out there together.
All right.
Because,
Weird that you guys didn't just drive back together.
Well, I had to get back and go to work.
Fair enough.
We'd been out there for over a week at that point.
Fair enough. And it's not like you have entire summers off or anything like that.
No. Well, maybe.
Especially back then. Because I know that they've increased your requirement to be on campus during the non-school year.
But not during the summer. Not
Oh.
from June 1st to, well, so technically, I don't go back till September 1st. Our classes start September 2nd.
All right.
We have a week coming up, or a year coming up, when we actually go back in August.
But you won't be required on campus.
But I'm not required on campus till September 1st. So that's an interesting one.
Yep.
It was like the year that I started teaching. My contract didn't start until September 1st, and I started teaching on the 28th of August.
Yep.
It's not like I had to do any prep that year before teaching my first class.
Ever.
Well, no, I did teach at Bible college.
Okay.
The early 2000s.
I assume that there was a significantly different curriculum.
Yes, from Bible college to criminal justice, yeah.
Yep, just a little bit. I gotta say, that has got to be the most unenthused 10th place team I've ever seen.
Yeah, especially when 10th place would be a pretty good showing.
Yeah, you're earning a point. That's 1 point more than Tyler Reddick earned in 11th.
Right.
You just saw Chase Briscoe getting his free pass to get his lap back as he lost a lap during all that chaos. Which I don't know how he lost a lap. He shouldn't have had to be in the pits all that long, and there's not like these caution laps are anything short. I mean, these caution laps are like 3-4 minutes apiece, it feels like.
By the way, do I have to point out that Eric Jones is in 6th place?
Well, let's see how he is after this pit stop. And if they end up losing control of a tire and ending up back at the back of the field, that will be squarely on you. Hey, I'm not the only person that can control the Dyer curse. There's a reason it's called the Dyer curse, not the Ryan curse.
Yes.
Although, I will say, the Ryan curse does make me a little scared to step anywhere near the grounds of the Daytona International Speedway.
Why is that?
Oh, I can only think of a couple of reasons. Newman, Blaney.
Newman?
Yeah, Newman.
Did we mention Newman?
No, I think we forgot a Newman crash in there. And by the time he came out of that, he was a new man.
He definitely was a new man.
Yeah. And Ryan Newman, if you happen to find this stream, hey, say hi and maybe come on the show sometime.
Believe it or not, we don't write these jokes in advance. I know they're good. They sound professional.
Yep.
We don't prepare this. However, I do want you to know that I am in first place now in the week.
Yeah, you're the sole owner of first place.
I am the sole owner of first place.
Don't worry, I am the sole owner of first place. Isn't that what it means when there's a 1 and a 1 next to each other?
Yep, I think that's twice as good as 1.
Ah, okay, so I'm in an even better spot. Let's go. High score wins, right?
I can already smell the Mickey waffles, and I'm not even in Florida yet.
Yep. I love Florida. Despite my joke about the about Florida and their and specifically Daytona's track record with Ryan's, I am quite fond of the place.
Oh, I love Florida. I'm not sure I want a mouse making a waffle for me, but just saying.
Hey, I tend to remember Remy being pretty good as a chef.
Yeah,
and that was a Disney film, so.
But it was in New York, wasn't it?
Paris. Yeah.
Okay, it's the New York of the Europe.
Yep. Paris, the New York of Europe.
You might want to copyright that, because I'm sure that's going to catch on.
Oh yeah, sure. Well, hey, you want to know what the good news is? I can't get much worse. Mom and I are tied for first place.
And that's behind 6 people that aren't even playing.
Yep. Well, let me go ahead and separate myself from Mom by going and putting Kyle Busch in my garage.
There is a Paris replica down in Epcot, along with a China one.
Oh, do they have viruses too?
They did for a while.
Yep. They also have they've got a bunch of other countries. I can't remember them all off the top of my head.
Germany,
Japan.
Do they have Japan?
Yeah, I remember I got a Beyblade there when I was a kid when we were going to Epcot one time.
I thought that was China.
Nope.
They had both of them?
They definitely did because the whole point of the Beyblade being there is because it's a Japanese thing.
How old are you?
Hmm?
How old were you?
At the time?
Yeah.
Probably 9 or 10.
Okay. Suppose you had somewhat of a brain by then.
More of one than you did. And that's a fact. Also had more of a neck than you did. Still do.
Still do. Always will.
Yep.
There's no stage winner that's won a road race.
Since what?
I don't
Since
know.
stages were introduced? Because I will say, I want Carl Edwards one of these days to go on a full-on rant about the stage racing. Because have you seen that clip from him the year that he ended up retiring?
Yes.
Where he's like, there should not be a yellow flag anytime between the green and the checkers unless there's a real reason. And then the following year, a month after he retired, they introduced stage racing. Yep.
Do you think he might have gotten wind of that?
Possibly. There we go. Man. Yep. As I just seeing everybody in the group chat reacting. The guys who picked, the guy who picked Denny initially. He picked Denny initially, and then because we picked before it was confirmed that Denny was missing.
Yeah.
Then he went and swapped it to Larson, who was out on lap 2. He might have been better off if he picked Denny. Yeah, and then we've got our the other Kyle Busch fan in the group that pretty much always takes Kyle. Not me. I usually try and make good picks. I like Kyle Busch, but it's been a while since I could say he was a good pick.
Who's leading?
Michael McDowell?
Just wanted you to be able to say that.
Hey, you want me to talk about another one of my guys? Stenhouse all the way up in 4th. Stenhouse in 4th. So the top 4 are on wet tires. Everybody else is on slicks. So here we go. Through the stadium section here as we get ready to go back racing. Crowd is on their feet as we are going to be seeing. There's a lot of NASCAR banners.
Yeah.
And here we go. Pace car is off. Field in the hands of Michael McDowell and Carson Hocevar. Green, green, green. Green flag's out, and they are racing here in Mexico.
Looks like they hand out those NASCAR banners like they do the No Kings banners in L.A.
Aren't the Kings in L.A.?
No, the No Kings is the anti-Trump.
Oh, I thought that
they
was
were handing out all the banners.
Oh, okay. My brain is a sports brain, so I thought of the LA Kings. I think that's a hockey team. It is the LA Kings.
Oh,
no,
there's an accident.
There's a couple cars off
the road. Anyway,
Eric Jones was one of them. Noah Gregson another one. Eric Jones and Noah Gregson off in the same corner together. Did you write that script?
Don't even.
Did you write that script?
No.
Nope. That's what happens when he spills ink on the script. we go and put things like that in.
As if we have a script.
Yeah. There's a reason there hasn't been a scriptwriter episode. And definitely not because I just haven't had the space to do so. Because I can't wait to actually hopefully get back to some skit type videos down here.
Yes.
Well, I won't be taking over half the living room.
Yes.
Yep. Not that you use the other half of the living room anyway.
Sure we do.
Only a small group, which has been at somebody else's house anyway.
Oh, thank goodness.
Yep. So here we go. Again, Ty Gibbs has made it to the front of the field. Suarez, SVG, second and third here. So I should be pretty far up the rankings right now.
You are in fifth.
Okay. I'm seeing me in sixth.
Okay. I'll put you in sixth.
I've got 164 points on my end.
I show you're 168.
Okay, where am I gaining 4 points?
Somewhere between here and there. Did I cross into your space?
Probably. But yeah, so again, Ty Gibbs. Oh, and Ty Gibbs now has the fastest lap award. Now that it's dried out, we're gonna see speeds increase John Hunter Nemechek off.
Yeah.
Just in case the Legacy Motor Club hadn't had a hard enough time with the last spin.
You're gonna have to keep reminding me.
Yeah, well, Stenhouse has dropped to 7th. Mike McDowell to 4th. So my guys are starting to slip further back, especially because they're on the wet tires still. And these wet tires are gonna wear out really quickly if we don't get some rain.
Yes, they will. And then there'll be slicks.
Yeah, well, the problem is that rubber is nowhere near as tough and will wear out, and then they'll be gone.
Cords, right.
Yep.
Radial cords.
Hey, Ryan Truex is up into the top 30. Welcome to the top 30, Ryan Truex in the Yahoo machine. And there's the spin for Nemechek.
Yeah.
Never really got to see a great replay of the Gregson Jones wreck. Was that because of you? Did you ask them not to show the replay of that because you didn't want to relive it?
I had to pull Jones from my lineup.
I'm sure that was a real big loss.
Well, with McDowell in 6th, it kind of made sense anyway.
Well, McDowell won't stay there for very long, considering everybody else is pretty much on slicks and he's on wets.
Well, I think we're hoping for a yellow here.
Yeah, well, especially, as I say, we were very close to one. Maybe your two legacy guys can run into each other.
Yellow flag makes me look pretty brilliant at this point. Or stupid, one or the other. We'll see.
Yep. So who do you have that I don't have in my lineup?
Let's see.
I've got... Okay, so Bell and Kyle Busch, I think, are the two differences in our lineups. I don't know. Bell and Suarez. So what you really want is a yellow where SVG, McDowell, and Chastain are out.
No.
Because they're the only three people that our lineup shares.
But I still want to keep SVG, Chastain.
Okay, how about this? You keep those three. We have a wreck that takes out Ty Gibbs and Ryan Preece.
34's around. Gillen.
Yeah, Todd Gillen goes around, but no caution here as he gets it.
Did you add him, by the way?
No.
Okay. I did take him out of my lineup.
Yep.
He usually puts in whoever I take out of my lineup.
And there it is. Ryan Preece punting Todd Gilliland. So yeah, the red Colgate card jumping up the middle and just wipes out the 34. But over-aggressive driving has never really been a penalty in NASCAR anyway, so certainly aren't going to start here. So again, Michael McDowell trying to follow Suarez as best he can, and he's trying to chase the wet parts of the racetrack, but it's going to be wearing out very quickly here. Custer up inside the top 10 still.
I just want to point out that Gibbs is still in first. And he's got a second and a half lead over Van Gisbergen.
Yep. And look at that gap between SVG and third place. And here comes Suarez and McDowell down pit road for a green flag stop.
Yep.
So a caution right about now would be just about perfect. Because they'd be on fresh tires, and I think the rest of the field would probably come for fresh tires too. So caution right about now would be just about perfect. Although I think it'd be pretty hard for Ty Gibbs and Ryan Preece to crash into each other and take both of them out of the question here. That'd be really convenient.
Okay. There had to have been a time delay on that because they didn't start the clock on Suarez's pit stop until he already had the left side tires on. But then when he was driving off pit road, they didn't stop it until he was all the way off pit road. So there had to have been a time delay on.
Yeah. I haven't even the Fox and CW timers have been pretty far off with the pit stop timers. Yeah. At least Amazon kept the theme appropriate instead of having a Tate McRae for the broadcast. Let's say, or any other offbeat artist for that matter. Yep. Yeah, I mean, I haven't heard much of the Amazon broadcast because I'm usually here live streaming during them.
The state of Virginia interrupted your stream?
No idea. I know my power cord came out of the wall, which almost interrupted the stream.
That would have interrupted things.
Yep.
Could have been bad.
Yeah, that would be a long ad. I was saying, yeah, it could have been.
Yeah.
The 34 spin was quite fishy. I see what he did there.
Yeah, I appreciate that.
Yep.
Yep. Dad joke?
Yeah, Long John and Silver's. How many cars is Long John and Silver sponsoring in this one race anyway? Because I'm pretty sure they're also on Gregson's car too. Well, I guess they cast a wide net.
Really?
I had to try.
I will say you are trying.
Yep.
Very trying.
Hey, you miss 100% of the shots you don't take, right?
That is true. Oh, and if your name is Dyer, you pretty much miss the ones you take too.
Yep. But you can't hit the target if you don't ever take a shot. And hey, Ryan Truex is nearly up into the top 20. Let's go! Hey, you got to take the small wins that you can.
Yeah.
Because someone on the podcast actually picked Ryan Truex as their race win pick.
Because it was Denny Hamlin?
No.
Oh.
No. In fact, actually, we clarified that the 11 is not Hamlin because they originally picked 11. We told them that Denny Hamlin's not in it. It's going to be Ryan Truex. And they said, yep, that's who I want. I'll give you one guess as to who it was.
Someone from Iowa?
With a 2-letter name that we call them?
Yeah.
Call them by their initials? Yep. Yep. That would be exactly who. Good old JP.
We love you, JP.
Yep. Even though he's probably not watching because he probably doesn't know that I'm streaming because he'll probably call me asking, hey, what are you doing?
Are you up to?
And it's like, yeah, kind of in the middle of a stream.
Same thing I do
every single time there's a cup race on. And it's pretty easy to just check my channel to see if I'm streaming before you call. And the odds for SVG winning. I wonder at what point does he become such a favorite that you start losing money even on the money you place on him to win?
Yeah.
Because I remember that for I think it was one of the Kyle Busch Xfinity races at Phoenix that he was running in, where you actually would lose money if you bet on him to win. Because it was such a sure thing. Yeah, that's pretty bad. If the odds are that bad for the rest of the field. SVG takes the fastest lap award away from Gibbs.
Yeah, still is a second and 3/4 behind Gibbs.
And caution flies. We got ourselves a caution flag.
4th caution of the day. Oh, there's the 11 around.
Yep. Good old Ryan Truex.
I think that was a solo car, too, because I didn't see anyone around him.
Yep. Maybe he hit a puddle or something. Well, let's see the replay here. Yeah, ran wide, and as I say, I think it was just the transition, but that rumble strip kind of tripped him up.
Yep.
All right, well.
Yahoo!
Woohoo!
I was just looking at his helmet.
Yep. I still find it weird that Yahoo's sponsoring a NASCAR when. How do they even make money at this point? Does anybody use them?
Yahoo?
Yeah.
Your mother does.
Yeah, for her junk emails.
Yeah.
I think they probably spend more to maintain the number of emails in her email over there than they do making money off of her using it. Especially considering it's a free website.
Well, they do have advertising.
Oh yeah, I'm sure she's seen a ton of that advertising. And I'm sure she's probably bought like 90% of the stuff on those advertisements. Because we know how she cannot stop herself from spending a whole lot.
That is true.
Totally is not describing you and me instead. Yep. Hence why you and I both have a coupon finder thing on our browsers that covers up part of our screen.
Yes.
Which ironically is also a purple company. Same as Yahoo.
Neither of which are sponsors of this channel, by the way.
No sponsors. Not yet. Maybe one of these days we'll have a sponsor. Body Armor, if you want a sponsor, please send me a case each month and we'll do it.
Yahoo!
No, that'd be Yoo-hoo would be the drink.
Oh. Okay.
Yeah, Yoo-hoo, the chocolate water drink.
And water and chemical.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, they advertise themselves as as almost a chocolate milk, but the first ingredient's water.
Yep.
Yep, I'm thinking we might need some better chairs than these for long-term sitting.
I'm thinking that there might be some padding coming in these chairs. Yeah.
Yeah, either padding or more comfortable chairs in general, because these things are definitely getting a little hard to sit on after what has it been, 33 laps, and we've been on the air for nearly 2 hours already, and we're a third of the way through the race. So this is gonna be what, a 6-hour stream? Yikes!
I was thinking this was going to be a short stream. I saw the 100 laps and I'm like, oh, that's going to be short.
Yep. Did you factor in that the caution laps were going to take 3 hours apiece?
No, I did not.
Clearly.
And that there would be one every 5 minutes. It's only been 4, but
yeah. But there's also another guaranteed caution coming up at the end of lap 45.
Yes.
Because I don't hate the idea of having points awarded throughout the race. I just don't like the guaranteed caution. That's been my argument against it the entire time. Is that, sure, award points throughout the race. I love that. That way, if someone wrecks on the last lap, their entire day is undone by one mistake that probably wasn't even their fault by getting run into by a Chastain or a Stenhouse. but don't throw the caution flag. That's all. And ironically, they experimented with doing that, and Chase Elliott lost a road course race to Michael McDowell, and then they changed it right back.
No favorites.
Nope. Yep, definitely no golden boy around there.
Nope.
Especially not considering he runs the blue and gold. Granted, if you were looking for a race where there was no favoritism and no rigging at all, I think one of my favorite examples for that is looking at the 2001 Summer Daytona race when Dale Jr. won the first race back at Daytona after his father's passing. Yep, there was no rigging or scripting there as to who was going to win that race.
Speaking of legacy, Dale Jr. was just talking about Braxton coming into as soon as he's eligible.
Yeah. 16-year-old Braxton Bush gonna share a truck with his dad when he's eligible. Which, how old is Braxton now? And it's actually Braxton, not Braxton. But
oh, is it?
Yeah, because he runs a B-Rex car.
Ah.
So he's 9. So we've got about 6-7 years before that point, and we know that Kyle Busch wants to run at least one full-time truck season before Braxton takes over part of that truck to try and complete the triple that has never been done before. No driver's ever won all 3 championships. Not sure even, as I say, I'd have to look and see which drivers are actually eligible to potentially get that with just a Cup championship away, because Byron did not win a truck championship on his rise through there. Larson, I don't think ever even ran a full truck season. Hamlin, I don't think he's winning a Cup championship at this point, and I don't think he won a truck championship.
Oh, Busch is being interviewed.
Yep. Yeah, let's see what happened to his car here. Just in the rain, and I went down into 11 and got on the brakes. Yep. Again, that's one of those things. It's just a wet track. It's hard to control. I mean, I've seen some people saying that, oh yeah, Kyle Busch ran out of talent. And it's like, I think most drivers in that situation, especially at a track that they haven't seen in a decade and a half, even if they did win a decade and a half ago at the Mexico race. But yeah, I think Bell might have missed out on the Xfinity Series championship on his rise through the ranks.
Did he?
I don't think he got one. I know he's a truck champion. I don't think he got the Xfinity title. Reddick never won a truck title. Blaney, I don't think. Well, Blaney's a Cup champion already. Chastain definitely didn't win a championship. Bubba's not a champion yet. Briscoe, no. Buscher's an Xfinity champion, but he doesn't have the truck championship. So yeah, there really is not. I don't think there's anybody even who could with just a Cup championship this year. Maybe Austin Dillon. I'm trying to think. I think Dillon might have both a truck and Xfinity championship.
I think we're safe.
Yeah, we probably are safe on that one. There we go. Pace car is off. Field in the hands of Ty Gibbs. Green, green, green. Green flag's out. We are back to racing. Let's see. How aggressive do we think SVG is entering this first corner, trying to take this lead away?
Between the two of them, there's no aggression there.
Yeah. And here comes Austin Cindric around the outside. Yeah. He's even more aggressive than SVG.
Oh, someone just locked up.
Yeah, that was Christopher Bell. Yep. Christopher Bell, he was trying to go as deep as he could into that corner and drag the brakes just a little bit.
Yep.
And Bragaslowski runs wide. Runs narrow there. I'm going to have to see a replay of that because if he wasn't forced out there that could very well be a penalty coming his way for cutting the course. There we go. Not Chase. Ty Gibbs gets back out ahead of SVG as Austin Cindric continues to battle it out with everybody else behind him. Bell, Byron, Bellman, all the Bs.
Single file now.
Yeah. Single file as they head down through the S's here, down towards this treacherous turn 10. And now they've completed turn 10.
Yep.
Yep. Without even having to touch the steering wheel.
Yep. Look, Ma, no hands.
Yep. And then now into the stadium section. Honestly, I think this is one of the coolest sections.
I do too.
I mean, yeah, it looks a little goofy at times, but honestly, I think that's exactly what you should be doing with a stadium section like that. Because if you just had one quick curve and they were there for like half a second at most.
I just want to know what you're doing if you're paying for seats on that section.
Yeah.
You can literally see about a tenth of a mile of this track.
Yeah.
About.
Yep. Well, all you needed to do is pay for tickets to see the other sections of the track. I mean, that would be what? If you get a tenth of a mile per seat, you only need to pay for about 24 seats, and then you get the whole track.
But at several places where you can see a little bit more of the race.
Yeah.
But that first coming in there,
yeah,
you really are facing that little tiny bit of track.
Yep. I mean, it's not like, it's also not like Road America.
There's a 22 way out.
Yeah, 22 ran wide. So far, though, they're starting to already build almost a full second gap on Cindric for second. Yeah, between second and third with Cindric and Van Gisbergen. Ty Dillon is still hanging around inside the top 10.
He is. Number 7 right now.
In fact, we could see both Dillons inside the top 10 by the end of this one.
Has that ever happened?
At a road course? Probably not.
No.
At Daytona, probably.
Yes.
I'd be willing to bet that probably has happened. But, yeah, no, don't think we've ever seen that at a road course where both Dillons got top 10s in the same race. In fact, I know that hasn't happened because Ty Dillon's best finish in a road race is 15th.
Look at
we
that.
talked about earlier.
Gibbs is pulling out from Van Gisbergen again.
Yeah, starting to actually gap the SVG. Now the question is, can he turn a fast enough lap to take that fastest lap point away? And hey, Mike McDowell up into the top 15. It's not much, but hey, I'll take it. Take what I can get.
Where do you see the fastest lap?
There's a little green stopwatch next to their name up on the big screen.
Okay.
You know, that big thing called the TV that we're watching?
I don't know what you're talking about. I'm running this off memory.
Memory of a live event that is currently going on. It's not like I could give you I can give you a pretty good play-by-play of almost any race from 2017.
Yes, you could, and you have.
I don't think I've ever done a full race off purely memory.
Really?
No.
It kind of felt like it at times.
Just a lot of little facts about a lot of different races from the 2017 season. I could probably do the 2016 Coke 600, though, by purely memory. Martin Truex Jr. leads. And that is it.
And that is it. The end.
He led 394 laps out of 400 that day. All but 6 laps were led by MTJ.
I always wondered what that stopwatch up there meant. I didn't know. Well,
yes.
They don't tell you anyway.
I know. Well, they've said it on the broadcast a couple of times, and it's been there for all 5 races, or all the...
Oh, there's another lockup.
Yep.
Is that
Bell again?
Is that Bell again?
Yep. Yep, that is another Bell.
Yep, that's going to have some right side
extra
slicks.
Flat spotting.
Extra slick.
Yep. You know, it's like getting towards that cording problem again.
Yep. Cording, not cording. Just so get that straight.
Yep. I still remember when we found when we were working the music festival one time. We found that RV had cording on the tires.
Yes. Yeah, that was.
Yeah, I remember spotting that, and it's like, huh.
Wonder who's driving in that.
Yeah, and do they know about how terrible the condition of their tires are?
Did we ever let anyone know that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Considering I found it with their son, who was with me at the time. We were playing Pokemon Go.
Okay.
So, yeah, that was the family from Rhode Island. They had, I think, this
yes.
Spider-Man guy or something. Yeah. And Scooby the dog.
All right, almost a full second lead now. Gibbs over Van Gisbergen, first to second.
Yeah, and can we just mention that gap second to third too? Because that thing is almost as big as the Grand Canyon.
Yeah, 2.57 seconds between Van Gisbergen and Bell for second and third.
Yeah.
It basically.
Oh, Jones with a flat tire! Eric Jones with a flat tire! I mean, on the positive side, he managed to get it back, nurse it back to pit road with a flat tire.
Yeah. And on the other bright side, he's in my garage. So.
Well, he might be in that garage here pretty soon if he keeps having flat tires like that.
Oh, he even got in his own pit stall.
Yeah. I mean, the fact that we didn't know about the flat tire until he got all the way back around to the pits, who knows when that thing actually went flat.
Yeah.
If it went flat and anywhere before turn 10, he might have had some trouble. Because I don't know how you make it through turn 10 with a flat tire. That would make it pretty hard to go straight.
I do love these side-by-sides.
Yeah, the fact that we don't have any full-screen commercials during green flag racing is amazing.
Take notice, Fox and NBC.
And TNT.
And TNT.
And HBO Max.
And HBO Max, which is now just Max.
Yeah.
Not sponsored by any of them.
Nope. But yeah, I feel like NBC is going to be a real slap back to reality when we get back to them.
Yeah.
Especially considering they let Dale Jr. go, which, how do you do that and still survive as a NASCAR broadcaster?
I have to think that there was no intent to survive that. I don't know.
That's like playing Russian roulette with a fully loaded gun.
Fully loaded gun, right. And expecting it to misfire or something.
Yeah.
Yeah. No. Not taking that 1 in a million chance.
Oh, speaking of 1 in a million chances, we just saw Ty Dillon be the victim of of an overdrive and not the perpetrator.
And Chase was the overdriver.
Yeah, Chase Elliott was the one making a mistake, and Ty Dillon was the innocent bystander. Something feels wrong here.
Yep, like Freaky Friday.
Yeah. Usually it's Ty Dillon making the mistake and costing Chase Elliott a good run.
And if you don't believe it, just ask Chase Elliott.
Yep. And then he'll say it was like talking to a 9-year-old,
yep.
Which probably isn't all that far off from how it is talking to Ty Dillon. Although I will say, he's lost the baby face over the last couple of years. He actually does have some facial hair now.
Okay.
Ty Gibbs still doesn't. He still looks like he's 9 years old, especially when he goes and wins Dover and has the giant monster next to him.
Just a question. Is Ty Dillon sponsored by Hair Club for Men?
No.
Okay. So,
why?
I'm just wondering if they might have given him some, injections that gave him the facial hair.
No, that would be that is Joey Logano that's sponsored by them.
Okay.
By the Hair Club for Men.
And he doesn't have much. He's very receding on his hairline.
Yeah, that's because he's got a wig. I'm pretty sure, or some sort of plug with his hair.
Huh.
But yeah, he's been sponsored by the Hair Club for a while.
Yeah, well, I think you might want to choose a new one.
Yeah. Hey, Prime Video, they've got Talladega Nights. What do you want? Oh, yep, rent or buy. Not included with your Prime membership. That is the one thing that I will say I'm annoyed by with Amazon Prime is like, you've got such a library of rent or buy. You can't just watch it. And most of the good stuff isn't included. And Riley Herb sending Michael McDowell wide.
Or cutting the corner.
Well, McDowell didn't have much choice
No,
once he
I'm
got
just
shoved
saying.
wide there.
I'm just saying he got to cut the corner.
Yep.
It didn't. It
No
didn't hurt
penalty
him.
there. Well, he still lost a spot or two there, even though he cut the course. And here's Chase Elliott watching this. Oh no, there's Chase Elliott overdriving into Ty Dillon. Again, not very often we say that Ty Dillon was the innocent bystander in an instant. And in fact, he actually did overdrive it a little bit.
He did.
But that just goes to show just how much further Elliott overdrove it.
Well, Dillon got hit by Blaney first, and then he got hit by Chase.
So he got hit by 2 Cup championships.
Yeah. In 2 seconds.
Yep. And now he's in there making his pit stop here. We're already 4 laps to go in the second stage.
Yep.
So everybody's going to be coming in over the next lap or two for their tires to try and flip this stage to get the track position for the final stage. Yep.
I think we may have to put a commercial on soon.
Why?
Saying I might need to take a break at some point.
Bathroom break.
I'm an old dude.
During the stage break.
Yeah.
Well, there's been ads that have been cycling through.
Oh, I'm sure there have been. I don't know when they are.
Yep. I let YouTube play some for the most part. That way I don't forget to do them, and then I'm not getting paid for most of this.
That wouldn't be good. We get paid for this? Holy moly.
I'm getting paid for this.
Oh. So, what you're saying is I get to do what I normally do. Work for free.
Yep.
Yep. Not that I would consider this work, but I don't consider anything I do work.
Yep. Well, that's a pretty good thing. And by the way, that lead is already shrunk. And here we go. Here comes the all the Hendrick guys. It looks like Elliott, Byron, both coming in. Bubba Wallace, the newest Hendrick driver. No, I'm just kidding. Yeah, I just said all the Hendrick guys, and then I see Bubba Wallace, Barry, Logano, Reddick, Gregson coming in. And I guess on that topic, I'll bring up the question: Do you think that Hendrick could be looking to move off of Alex Bowman at the end of his contract?
You don't do your questions anymore.
My polls?
Yeah.
Yeah. Sometimes I do them. Sometimes I don't. I did them yesterday.
Did you?
Yeah. And then we.
I mean, of course I saw that stream.
Yeah, of course you did.
I'm sure I went in and no, probably I haven't yet.
I might have gone in and done it for you.
Oh, okay. On all my YouTube channels?
Just the one that I have the password for.
Ah. Okay. That makes me feel good. If you have the password for one, you have the password for all of them.
Yeah. Might not want to say that on a live broadcast.
Did say that on a live broadcast, didn't I?
And that is the danger of a hot mic. And here we go. Ty Gibbs is coming into the pits, but SVG's going to stay out for the points.
I think SVG just might have made a mistake.
Why? Yeah.
Because it was a mistake.
I know, but you've got...
You don't do a mistake on purpose.
But you've got like 8 strategists in your ear that can shout at you as you're coming up. Just pit. Nope.
But Gibbs was on his inside. He couldn't get over.
Just door Gibbs. I mean, everybody else does. Everybody else doors Gibbs. You might actually get more applause if you door a Gibbs driver.
Oh, who was that? Just went over the...
That'd be a different Gibbs driver. Christopher Bell.
Oh, okay. He just did a jump.
Yep.
2 laps to go.
Yep. 2 to go. Pit road is closed.
Van Gisbergen over Bell right now in your 1-2 positions.
Yeah, Bowman in 3rd, and that's the driver we were actually just about to talk about. Do you think there's any chance Hendrick moves on from Bowman at the end of his contract? His contract's only through next year.
I do think there's a chance that they move on.
All right. Who do you think you would name as the replacement driver there? Because that's the question I always ask people when they bring this up to me, because I struggle to think of who I would say is a definitive upgrade over Bowman, because Bowman's not bad.
No, he's not bad.
He's a lot better than people give him credit for.
He's actually fairly consistent.
Yep.
And so for that, I think there's a lot to be said. I think there's some drivers out there who could win races, but I don't know that they could win races.
You mean like Chicago last year when Bowman won?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
But that's a one-off. That's not a...
Yeah. It's totally not like he didn't win 4 races in 2021 or 2022. One of those years he won 4 races in 1 year.
Did he really? 4?
Yeah, pretty sure he won 4 in a single year.
Okay, this last final lap is killing me.
Yeah. Well, hey, don't worry. They're coming down. Yeah, they're coming down into the big hairpin corner. Then there's only about 5 turns left on the backside of this one. 4, depending on how you classify that turn 10.
Turn 10. Turn 10.
Yep. That turn is straighter than most of the kids in my high school. That was a pretty good one.
That was pretty good.
Although, ironically, it actually isn't all that surprising considering how my high school was. In fact, I think the Martinsville corners are straighter than most of the kids in my high school. Here we go. Down to the stadium section. 3 corners to go. There's 1.
Yep.
There's 2. And then 1 final corner as they come down onto the main straightaway. And it's going to be Shane Van Gisbergen, 2.5 seconds in the front. And it is going to be SVG winning stage number 2. Right there, because I forgot how far down the front straightaway the start finish line was.
Yeah.
But nobody was challenging him. Bell 2nd, Bowman 3rd, Blaney 4th. Man, that's a lot of B names.
And McDowell in 5th.
Yeah, there we go. Now he crossed the start finish line. You were almost as early to McDowell crossing the start finish line as I was. Yeah. Then Dillon, Busher, Herbst, Hosvar, and Suarez will round out your top 10. And there's your ad break.
Thank you. Oh.
You were good to go.
I know, but I didn't want to get up in the middle of it. How quickly I'm going to come
back. Yep. Just stretching the legs for a second there as we are getting ready for this one. Got ourselves a pretty good race going on so far, though. Not really sure what SVG was thinking. He's going to lose all his track position now. We're going to have a fun race to see him have to drive back through the field. All right, so there we go. Again, we're just chilling out here. Hopefully everybody's having a good time. All right, let's see. What's the sub count looking like? Hey, we're almost to 3,100. Let's go. We're only 54 subscribers away from 3,100. I still can't believe we hit 3,000. 3,000 is such a cool number to have hit. There we go. Yeah, we're just chilling out here. Hopefully everybody's having a good time. But yeah, I've got absolutely no idea as to why SVG didn't pit. Yeah. Because, there's no way he's earning enough points. I mean, unless there's another band of rain coming. If there's another band of rain coming, maybe I can understand it, but because obviously if they pit now for slicks and then they get another caution to put on and are forced to put on rain tires, that would be a kind of undo it, but yeah. Yeah, I don't know. It definitely seems like a weird situation there, but I guess we'll have to wait and see here. so yeah, I'm just chilling out here though. Hopefully you guys are enjoying this one. If you guys are, of course, hit the like button and subscribe if you guys are new so you guys don't miss any future videos or live streams. Yeah, we'll be doing a lot more, and especially now that we're back from the in the studio area, we'll hopefully have some more action coming on. Go ahead and see. We'll put up the classic look. Oh, nope, that is the wrong view. 1 second, guys. Nope, nope, that one not work at all. Come on. All right. Well, there we go. All right, I'm gonna slide over to the other chair then while we're on this one, and I will just fill this seat so that we have the normal seat. Again, it's a little off center, but it'll be fine. All right, so here we go. We got. Again, I don't know why SVG went and won that stage. It definitely baffles me, but it does seem like there is a little bit of rain showing back up. Could we see a situation where we need rain tires? I don't know. Especially considering how fast some of these drivers can be if they get slicks and we don't get a ton of rain. But that would be the best shot SVG would have, would be if we end up getting rain after the but you'd have to get rain pretty early here. Oh, there we go, they're gonna stay out completely. Okay, so Shane Van Gisbergen and some of the others opting to stay out even after not pitting here, so they're gonna maintain the track position just by staying out purely to the fuel window. Okay, they'll have lesser tires, but I guess it works. Compared to the guys like McDowell who pit at lap 27, 28, or even some of the other ones who pit at lap 30 or 32 there. Allmendinger getting his pit stop done though here. Everybody getting ready for this one. Should be a good race here though. Hopefully everybody's having a good time with it. And we're coming up on the halfway point here in the race. Halfway, half down, half to go. Since he went upstairs, I'm going to go ahead and plug my phone in for a minute while I'm over here in his seat. But yeah, so right now though, we are just chilling out here. Hopefully everybody's having a good time. Alright, so there we go. Yeah, we're just chilling out here. Kyle Larson. Oh, Kyle Larson back on track. Let's go! How far back is Kyle Larson? Let's see. How far back do we think Kyle Larson is? Kyle Larson is 37 laps behind the race, but he's back out. Let's go. Kyle Larson 37 laps down. Zane Smith 5 laps down. The only drivers currently not on the lead lap. So Ty Gibbs at lap 42. That's your latest of the drivers who, so that's going to be the furthest up of the drivers who pit. The latest. But yeah, I'm really curious to see how this ends up going here. All right, so there we go. And we're just chilling out here. Hopefully everybody's having a good time. Didn't even think about the fact that that was our last chance to adjust our lineup, but Kyle Busch is in my garage, so I'm good. And I'm second place. Let's go. And let's hope that my mom's garage guy. Okay, yeah, Larson. Unless Larson makes a miraculous 37 lap comeback in like quadruple overtime, I think she's safe on that pick. Alright, well, we're just chilling out here. Hopefully everybody's having a good time. 52 laps to go here. We're closing in on halfway. A lot of drivers coming back down pit road once again, and I'm curious to see how aggressive some of these drivers are in trying to make this one make the comeback here. Ryan Truex up into the top 15. Let's go. RTJ. Nah, I'm just kidding. It's not Ryan Truex Jr. It's just Ryan Truex. Alright, so there we go. And since we have access to it, let's go ahead and mess with it. Let's see what he's got going on here. Sermon notes, okay. From church this morning. Go ahead and make sure he's like the videos. Oh, there we go. Boom. Alright, so yeah, we're just chilling out here though. Hopefully everybody's having a good time again. If you guys are enjoying the live streams, feel free to hit the like button, subscribe if you guys are new, so you guys don't miss any future videos or live streams. And again, we are just continuing to go here, closing in. We're going to be coming up to halfway this time by, and hopefully we will actually get to see this one. And Corey LaJoy still could probably do with another 50 pounds less of makeup on his face, but he does appear to be using less than he did in I think in Nashville and definitely in Coke 600 League. So, again, always nice to see him using less because he definitely doesn't need all of it. And there we go. Again, surprise move to see SVG not come to pit road at the end of the stage. And I say he is going to stay out trying to make this one work, but I don't know about this strategy here. It's going to be a stretch to try and make it far enough into this one. I mean, I don't know how far you can go on a tank of gas here, but you obviously always want to have slightly fresher tires here. As they get ready for the restart here, it'll be SVG and Bell in the front row, Bowman and Herbst row 2, McDowell, Suarez row 3, row 4, Busher and Priest, Hocevar and Cole Custer rounding out your first 5 rows. Alright, so there we go. Alright, so yeah, we're just chilling out here though. Hopefully everybody's having a good time. Doubled up, ready to go back racing. Alright, let's see. Green, green, green. Green flag's out. We are back to racing. SVG, Bell racing it down towards turn 1 as they will be crossing halfway at the line next time by. SVG does hold the fastest lap award still, despite the fact that Bell actually had the lead going into turn 1. But SVG is able to clear him off the corner. And oh, Michael McDowell got shoved wide. And I think he got shoved wide. We're going to have to see the replay. But he cut the course and jumps up a bunch of spots here, up to the lead for a moment, drops back a couple spots. I think that was just given back off of instinct, because when you jump that many spots and you know you're not supposed to. But yeah, we're going to need to see a replay because somebody else also ended up off course there. Not sure if either one of them is going to be a legal move. And as I'm hoping that McDowell got shoved off and didn't just drive off like he owned the place. But yeah, again though, Bell able to clear this one. So Christopher Bell, he is cleared for the lead. versus SVG, who is in second place, but right behind him as they head down towards this stadium section of the race. So there we go. This duel down into this stadium section. Everybody getting singled out here as they go down, and they make their way through this one. Oh, there was a little bit of a stack up in the stadium section, actually. As, oh no, the one of Ross Chastain goes around. Ross Chastain going around, that's going to hurt some lineups there, I'm sure. I'm pretty sure that hurts mine because I'm pretty sure I have that one. Yep, that one definitely hurts me, but also what hurts me is the fact that all three of us are right in about the same spot here. My dad in first, me in third, my mom in fourth, and we are all separate. In fact, my dad are separated by a singular point. And yeah, down into the stadium section, Ross Chastain just lost it on his own. In fact, there was a stack up right behind him, but I don't know if I saw any conflict there. So there we go. And then, oh, I'm not sure McDowell did. I think McDowell might have done that one of his own free choice there in going off the course. Briscoe absolutely took advantage of that one, though. I mean, Briscoe definitely, I think, tried to flop. Tried to flop there. Okay, I mean, I guess I see where McDowell was coming from, because otherwise he was going to wreck him, and he does give back the 2 spots that he gained, so maybe that is all good, fair, and foul, but yeah. I say, but with the Briscoe incident there, though, I don't know. I don't know if that's a legal move at all or not. But there we go. Oh no! Ricky Stenhouse Jr. goes around and come on, get this thing back going. Get it back going. Come on, buddy. Let's get it going here. A big fire underneath the car here, and he is gonna get it rolling. So we are gonna stay green, and we're gonna go ahead and see this one continue here. So here we go. 52 laps to go. Let's see. What do we got? Oh, that wasn't even Stenhouse's fault. Brad Keselowski got into the rear of him. All right, so there we go. We're just flipping through this one. Hopefully everybody's having a good time. Most of our up into the top 15 here. Looks like Ryan Truex has lost the top 15 spot that he was in. All right, so there we go. I do feel like the font on the leaderboard text could be a slightly more interesting font, but it's functional, I guess. Although I do think that the C's look very much like O's, and in some cases, Pursue as opposed to Briscoe. Or Who-Ivar as opposed to Hosevar. Definitely, I think that that's something that could be improved upon for the NBC, or for the Prime broadcast next year. Don't expect any kind of changes at this point in the season. But hey, a very largely positive season here, though, for the NASCAR on Prime group. And again, this battle at the front of the field for the top spot, though, between SVG and Christopher Bell has been an insanely tough battle so far. Door to door, wheel to wheel, a lot of contact, but SVG is racing like a NASCAR guy, which, I mean, that's one of the more unnatural things to do if you're coming from sports cars or certainly a series like Formula One, where avoidable contact is punishable by death. But there we go, down through turn 10, and we have officially crossed the halfway point, down into the stadium section, and again, right now we've got ourselves a pretty good race going here. Pretty big gap starting to build between Bell and McDowell. It seems like whoever that third place car is, it feels like there's always a fairly large gap between them. Whether it's SVG in second, Bell in second, Gibbs in second, there always feels like there's a big gap between the top two and then third place. Alright, so there we go. We're just chilling out here. Hopefully everybody's having a good time. Alright, there we go. We're just chilling out here. Hopefully everybody's having a good time. Oh no, Ryan Truex goes around. Uh-oh. Ryan Truex in the number 11 car goes around, and he is going to spend a little bit of time trying to get this one back on the track. And there we go. He gets it right-sided and fixes that one up. Alright, so there we go. We're just chilling out here. Hopefully everybody's having a good time. Man, again, right now, this race has been a pretty exciting one down the stretch here. I'm not sure how it's going to end, but again, SVG has driven this one pretty well up to this point. Just a matter of can they hold on to it. Alright, there we go. Lilly Diabetes commercial. Surprised that they can show their face around NASCAR after what they did. And down through the stadium section. Again, that stadium section is really cool. So there we go. SVG, McDowell, Bowman, Suarez, and Ty Dillon in the top 5 Chevys. Hey, Ty Dillon getting a shout out in the Chevy update. Let's go. And, oh no, Hocevar overran the corner. That's not good. Okay, he overran the corner right before Truex spun. Oh, and that wasn't even his fault. It was off the nose of one of Chastain. Oh, yeah. From that angle, it definitely looked like Chastain. I'd like to see an aerial view again, but again, yeah, Chastain just ran into the back of him there. And someone let Chastain know that that is not Denny Hamlin in the car, because that is very much a type of move that Denny Hamlin versus I would expect out of Denny Hamlin versus yeah, Denny Hamlin versus the one. All right, so here we go. Again, we got the 60 of Priest trying to make some moves here. Alright, so there we go. Again, we're just chilling out here. And ooh, Custer getting a little testy here with Briscoe. And I'll say, two former Stewart Haas Racing teammates getting into it. And then actually, Priest. Oh! Ryan Priest for hitting wide. Uh-oh, that's not good for Priest. Holds it together just about, but yeah, he overcooked it. He actually got overcooked it there. Then Briscoe versus Ty Dillon there for a bit. I'd say we're trying to run their way around this one. They're making this work, but man, is it a risky game they're playing. Hello. Welcome back.
Thanks.
All right, let's flip the camera back over. Also, I went and liked the video for you.
Oh. On all my profile.
Well, on the one that you're signed in on your iPad.
Okay.
Because you left your iPad down here.
Yes, I did. Public service announcement, don't leave your iPad around Ryan.
Well, no, and I know your password. Which, by the way, I found out my fingerprint's not in your iPad yet.
Yet?
It might end up in there at some point. You never know.
Like already?
No, I didn't do it. I wouldn't do it without your permission.
Just like turn 10 is a curve.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yep.
Yep. So there we go. We did have Ryan Trix getting wrecked by Chastain while you were gone.
No, I didn't follow along while I was gone.
Yeah, so updates. Cars so far overdrove a corner. McDowell and Briscoe both went off track and nearly gained positions. McDowell gave his spots back, and Briscoe did his best attempt at NBA-style flopping.
Okay.
To try and avoid a penalty.
And now I'm up to date.
Yeah, Ryan Truex got wrecked by, or got spun out by Chastain as well just after that one. And then Hocevar overdrove another corner and smacked the wall right before the stadium section. And somehow SVG versus Bell is still at the lead, and it is now a nearly 3-second lead.
We have this door open for a reason?
No, you left out that door.
I know, but didn't I shut it?
No.
You kidding?
You didn't shut the door behind you. No. The door is mostly off camera, but still.
But I purposefully didn't come down this way and come in through that door because I didn't want to have to open it. I wouldn't have had to open it.
Fun times. Speaking of fun times, I did actually think of one thing that Prime could do to improve their broadcast for next year.
Have you on it?
Well, besides that, something simpler than paying me. Take a look at the font on their leaderboard and tell me how similar those C's look to O's.
Yeah, those are pretty.
They can definitely do with a font change.
Full circles, yeah.
Yeah, they can definitely do with a font change.
Yep.
Yep.
Oindrio definitely does not sound like Cindric. But that's what it looks like, is Oindrio.
Yeah.
Maybe I hadn't even noticed that.
Maybe that's a Spanish name.
It could be. Maybe this is written in Mexico. Cali. I don't know.
South of the border Spanglish.
Yeah.
Yeah, south of the border Spanglish, because that's, as a north of the border Spanglish we're very familiar with. It's,
Yes.
Both having lived in Florida for a decent chunk of time.
Yes.
So, Van Gisbergen didn't pit at the end of the stage either, so he's just stayed out the entire time. He hasn't pit since lap 16, and it seems like the plan was just to run this one and just do one last pit stop, which, granted, the older tires have not held him back much.
No.
Clearly.
4-second lead.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, granted, he actually has slightly fresher tires than Christopher Bell, the guy he's running away from. Michael McDowell's the first driver on slightly fresher tires. And I say slightly because Michael McDowell's last pit stop was at lap 27. Most of the guys who made a pit stop before the end of the stage are in the 40 range for their last pit lap, like Ty Gibbs and Cindric on there. Now, I will say, the most annoying thing I think NASCAR's ever done to update their website, why on earth do we need a banner ad in between 3 and 4? You know how many more drivers I could fit on that leaderboard if they just didn't have an ad right in the middle of the leaderboard?
I know. Why not put it
on either side?
Right, vertically.
Yeah, on either side, nice and out the way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You hear that, NASCAR?
Yep, that's the one thing you haven't done to help help my broadcast with your website. Orioles won 11-2. Yikes, that's a stomping.
Over who?
Not sure who they were playing.
The team they were playing. That's who they were.
Yeah. Well, one of the Orioles fans in the podcast chat just updated the Orioles won. So
well, let's hope that they were playing the Rays.
LA Angels.
Ah.
So it doesn't really help us at all.
Sorry for all you Rays fans out there. Being a Red Sox fan.
We kind of need you to lose so that we can make the playoffs, and then we can go and get revenge on the Yankees for all of you. Because clearly we're the only team in the AL East that can beat the Yankees.
Look at that. What do you have?
Mm-hmm.
Maybe 200 yards?
Yeah, well, hey.
That you can see?
Think about this, though. When someone goes plowing through that wall in the middle of one of those corners, it'll be really entertaining. Because you know that would be hilarious.
Who's coming in?
Christopher Bell, yeah. Christopher Bell. The pit window to make it to the end of the race opened. You can go apparently about 45 laps on a tank of fuel, which almost makes me wonder why we didn't see more people trying to stay out and make this almost a 2-stop race.
Yeah, because it doesn't seem like tires have really been a problem here.
Yeah. It's just been the track position, which if you can keep it, the better you are.
Oh, he's dancing. He's happy.
Yep.
Oh, he's dancing too.
Yeah, not sure he's as happy. Although, with a 5.5 second lead, I probably would be if I was him.
I was to say, there's nobody in sight.
Yep. Ty Gibbs up into the second position here.
Yeah.
But yeah, so see those walls though? If someone goes plowing through one of those, that'd be pretty entertaining to watch.
Yeah.
Just comes down to how much the price of the ticket is, because the F1 races, the price is ridiculous.
Well, I'm quite sure that NASCAR cannot get those prices.
Oh yeah, no. NASCAR can't put it. You try putting a ticket out there that's a $10,000 ticket for a NASCAR race, you'd have riots in the streets. In fact, you'd go back to what NASCAR was originally.
Yeah.
A whole thing about crimes.
Yep.
People would just be breaking in to try and see the races.
So what do you think? Van Gisbergen going to hold on to this?
It's looking very possible. The question, here we go. Bowman on pit road. Bowman, Buescher, Priest all coming to pit road here. I mean, the biggest thing is going to be just how much time does he lose in the pits versus can Gibbs start to claw some of that back? Because he's already clawed back like a couple tenths of a second here.
Actually, he's clawed back 4 seconds.
4 seconds?
Yeah. He was 9 seconds down.
Oh, really? Wow. Yeah. Okay, so yeah, he's starting to really move here. So if SVG keeps going here, but when SVG pits, that lap time will return right back up to where it was, and Gibbs will be the one losing time.
Yes.
So it'll come down to the cycle because they're all 1 pit stop away from the end of this one. But yeah, Ty Gibbs though doing a really good job here. I mean, even if he doesn't come away with a win, a strong second place run like this.
Yeah.
And here it is, SVG coming to pit road, which it still throws me off just how fast they enter that pit lane.
Did he slam on those brakes enough going across that?
Yeah.
Line?
Well, the yellow line is only the start of pit road speed.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, that's why you see them bringing in so much speed. Is because pit road speed doesn't start until that yellow line.
Right, but at that yellow line, he has to be down to pit road speed, right?
Between that and the next timing line. Because the way that they do it isn't off of a live miles per hour.
Okay.
It's just the period of time between one timing line and the next. However long it takes him to cross that time frame is converted into a miles per hour.
15.7 seconds on that.
Yeah, that's a pretty slow stop there for SVG.
Stop.
So
he lost about 2 seconds there.
Well, luckily he had 5 of them to play with.
Yep. Oh, someone just burned some tires.
Yeah, that was Zane Smith, I believe. Former Spire Motorsports driver. Won the seat for 1 year before they booted him for Michael McDowell. Even after he got a second place finish in his rookie year.
Well, I like McDowell, so I think that was an upgrade.
Yeah, I just wish McDowell hadn't gotten booted out of his front row motorsports seat.
Me too.
I feel like front row motorsports was finally starting to have some positive momentum.
Yep.
But then you look at the fact that he got booted for
Gilland.
Gilland was already there.
Oh.
It was Gregson and, ironically, the guy that he was replacing at Spire, Zane Smith.
Oh.
Yeah, it was Gregson and Zane Smith that they brought in when they booted McDowell.
Ah.
Yeah. And that was just because Spire was willing to offer a multi-year contract to give Michael McDowell stability versus, Front Row Motorsports was locked in as we're doing only 1-year deals. Then after he left, they suddenly handed a multi-year contract to Gilliland once they realized that, oh yeah, we should probably start doing this, considering people actually can leave if they just don't like our 1-year deal contracts. Who would have guessed?
Oh, 77's around.
Yep, there we go. Another Spire Motorsports driver. Are we going to see him get going?
You're going to see a yellow. Shouldn't see a yellow. He's on the upside of the track.
Well, but he's actually pretty much right in the racing line, though. I mean, it's like...
Everyone else seems to be getting around him.
Yeah. And there it is. Caution flies. Oh. Caution flag flies.
There goes my 5-second lead.
Michael McDowell right back on him. I want to know what's wrong with that 77 car. You've got a caution flag. You have all the time in the world to have gotten that thing back on the right direction. Wait a minute. I just realized. It was his teammate that needed the caution to bunch the field back together. 71 and 77 are teammates. Yeah. Conspiracy? Intentional?
At least you started one. If they didn't start one.
I mean, it wouldn't be the first time car snowsavars spun out intentionally.
Were you preaching to them?
No, it was in your iPad.
Oh.
When I was opening up your iPad. I did mention that the sermon notes were in there. And I did take a look to see which part of Genesis you guys were on, because they tend to jump around a bit.
No, we don't.
Sometimes, when you get to the end of a chapter, sometimes they go.
Preaches right through the Bible.
Yeah, and then for didn't he start the story of Ruth like the week before Easter?
Yes.
And then did he end up he didn't finish that on Easter?
No.
Did he ever go back and finish it?
Actually, he did.
Oh, he did finish on Easter?
Yeah,
okay.
he did.
I was going to say, because...
yeah, he didn't do an Easter message.
Okay.
Well, he did, but he pinned it into Esther.
Yeah. Not Esther, Ruth.
Yeah, both.
Oh, he did...
Yep.
Because Esther and Ruth were two very different times in
history.
Yeah, in history.
Yep.
Yeah. So... Yeah, the LA Angels were done scoring in the third inning, by the way, for their game. And the Orioles had enough points to win by the end of the fourth when they got their third point of the day.
Is that when they started their flight home?
Well, that's when the Angels, I think, started their flight home. Because then the Orioles went and racked up 2 runs in the 6th, 4 in the 7th, another 2 in the 8th, and then didn't get in 9th inning because they were already up 11-2. 9 unanswered points.
NASCAR had no choice because he was on a blind corner. They let 10 cars go by him before they threw the yellow.
Well, they gave him a chance to try and get it going, but then he couldn't get it going.
But then all of a sudden, he was able to.
Yep. Again, totally not helping out his Michael McDowell teammate, which, hey, I will absolutely... Hey, any conspiracy that helps Michael McDowell win a race, I will absolutely fully support.
I just want to see what it did to my fantasy now.
Don't you have McDowell?
Yes.
So it shouldn't hurt.
Why am I down in 4th?
I don't know. Why am I in 10th?
I don't know. You were in 1st last time.
Oh, because Ross Chastain must have pit or something because he's in 25th. Oh, no, 30th. 31st. Yeah, so he and Bell are both... Bell, and Shane Van Gisbergen all came to pit road and dropped quite a bit when the caution came out.
Oh.
Now, they'll likely gain a lot of that back when the pit stop cycles, because... So we just gotta wait for the pit stops to actually happen, but everybody else gets to make their pit stop under yellow. So... Good chance SVG ends up leading this thing at the end of the caution period here. Just imagining Gizmo taking a selfie video with that.
Yeah.
In the same method. Yep. Yeah, that'll be the one downside to the studio is that there won't be a cat down here. In this room, at least.
No cats.
Mainly because he would probably try and knock everything over if he did come in this room. Because there's a lot to knock over.
There's a lot to knock over in this room. Is it an upgrade? Is it an upgrade?
The room?
Over where you've been for the last 10 months? Or 8 months?
Yeah, I mean, outside of the lack of a cat, which... That would be cool if we could have a kitty cat corner with a Gizmo cam.
Yeah.
Gizmo would probably love it.
And say, if you put a monitor up and showed him that he was on camera, he'd love that.
Yep. But then he'd knock over the monitor.
Yeah.
Trying to play tag with himself.
Yep. High five.
Yep. Okay, so that 4-run inning was actually a grand slam, by the way.
Cool. It's a little cold down here.
Are you really going to complain about that, considering the weather we've finally started to get?
Oh, I know. Take the cool. I think we already determined that my head is burnt to crisp.
Yep.
Why are you like 4 feet taller than me? I just looked over there.
I thought we already established this. It's because I'm taller.
But not from the body, you're not.
Really? Because my shoulders are up here. Your shoulders are down here.
Oh, okay.
I mean, my shoulders are much higher. I mean, now my camera is a little bit lower than your camera.
Maybe
so.
if I sit up. There, that's better.
And if I slouch down enough.
That's what I was. I was slouched.
There we go. Now I'm just about at the same height.
Go. There, my mini me.
And the tail we go. We're having too much fun down here, aren't we? Here we go. Pit road's open. Finally, something's actually happening under the caution flag. And Hocevar's going to get his free pass to get himself back on the lead lap. Which, by the way, Kyle Larson's back on track. Only 37 laps down.
Okay.
So, Mom might have made a mistake by leaving him in their garage. He might get all 37 laps back.
You think?
Well, depending on how many cautions NASCAR can find to throw to get everybody back on the lead lap. And then once Larson's on the lead lap, I think almost anything can happen from that point.
Let's see how long Gibbs's stop is. It's not long. 11. It went from 13 down to 11.7.
As I said, I don't really trust those times. Yep. Yeah, I don't really trust those times very much. Now, do you see why?
Yes.
Yep. So yeah, Ty Gibbs, Elliott, and McDowell, the front three off of the pits. So, curious to see where everybody kind of shakes out at the end of this one, because it's going to be. So, I believe it's going to be SVG, Bell, and then Bowman. I think that's going to be your front three when we re-rack here. Now, NASCAR's leaderboard up there should be adjusting as it happens.
Byron, Jones, and Barry.
This one only updates when they cross the start-finish line. So because Byron, Jones, and Barry both have all three have pit stops past the start-finish line, they hit the start-finish line under the caution flag before the guys who stayed on track.
Which leaderboard are you talking about?
The one that normally appears on the sidebar there that they haven't put back up yet.
Oh.
The one that goes underneath the Mexico City part.
Yeah, the one
they haven't put back up yet.
I can't see.
Yeah. That one should be accurate.
Okay.
Big emphasis on the should be.
That one?
Nope, that's fantasy points.
Oh.
Yeah, there's no
that's
way.
My lineup.
Yeah. No, that's not your lineup because Bell's there. And you don't have Bell. Which is why Bell's going to win the race. That and I picked him. Because that can't possibly go wrong.
Van Gisbergen, Bell, and Bowman.
Yeah. It's almost like I was right. Custer, could imagine if Custer wins this race and locks himself in. I would have the most justification and also have to laugh at myself for even making the pick in the first place. Right?
Yep.
Because I don't trust that prediction whatsoever, but man, that would be amazing if it ends up happening. Herbst up into the top 10 there. Ryan Truex into the top 10. Lights are out on the pace car. Pace car is going to be running for cover here. As the field is going to be left in the hands of SVG and Christopher Bell as they get ready to go back racing. Through the final corner, and green flag is out there. Back to racing. Yep, and there we go. Everybody piling out of line. Again, you really aren't supposed... I don't think you're really supposed to change lanes before the start-finish line, but a lot of people have been doing it, so...
Didn't Busch get penalized for that last week?
Yeah, I'm not sure if that's just an oval-only rule, maybe.
Oh.
Because it is a road course. I could see that being a difference, but it shouldn't be. But also, I could understand the exceptions to the rule here because there's a lot of people getting, oh, we got a big slide there out of the 11, just slow right in front as everybody's 3, 4, 5 wide there for a moment. But yeah, I could see that being a difference. But also, you have the excuse of, okay, people are getting going at a different rate of speed on these road courses and trying to avoid a wreck rather than just running your front bumper into the rear bumper of somebody who might be slower.
Yeah, so. Bell's killing me.
Yep. Well, should have put him in your lineup. I picked him. He's in my lineup.
I only had 4 uses left of him. I think. Something like that.
Ooh. Then yeah, maybe you shouldn't have used him then.
I didn't think it was a good use of him. I can take a point hit as long as
that point hit isn't 300.
No, as long as that. Well, yes, but I'm just looking to see where the other half of the parentals is.
Hey, I'm first. Mom is in 11th, and you are 6th. So we're pretty much evenly spread out.
I just have to stay above her, and life will be good. Since she's got 5 points lead on me in the overall.
Yeah. So here we go. Again, SVG has cleared Bowman, but and Bell is actually dropped behind Bowman. So Bowman's now the nearest challenger to SVG. And SVG hasn't extended it to 3 or 4 seconds yet.
Nope, and Bowman's a good road racer. So
yeah, Bowman's actually been really good on them.
I mean, I give him a lot of crap, but
look at the difference though between those first 6 races this year and his average finish in the last 9.
Yeah,
average finish of 27.4. Yikes!
Well, 3 DNFs doesn't help.
Yeah. Yeah, cutting your top 10 results in half also doesn't help. But yeah, showing some of these drivers getting shoved off, and yeah, there's the 11. Oh yeah,
19 right into the barrier.
Yeah, and the 7, and watch the 11 here because the 11 gets turned right across the front of the field too. People going every which way.
Yeah. I couldn't even tell which way the right way on the track was.
Well, to be fair, these drivers haven't seen a right-hand corner since March.
That is true.
Or was it February? No, it had to have been March. Had to have been, right? March 2nd was the last time these guys saw a right-hand corner. So quite literally, almost as early in March as it possibly could have been.
I'm pretty impressed the 11 saved that.
Yeah, Ryan Truex was pretty impressive there. Regret not putting him in your lineup yet?
No. Oh, who's the 38? He's got a
Zane Smith.
Tire down.
Yeah, Zane Smith with a flat tire. Yep. Again, right now, SVG is just trying to do his normal, extend the lead out.
Yep.
And Gibbs is now 4.5 seconds back, and he's going to have to drive his way through 8 people to get to that lead. That one's going to be a tough one to come back from.
Yeah.
Michael McDowell in 11th, too. Come on. Just give us one well-timed caution. Although, at this point, there's not really any pit stops that are going to happen. Maybe McDowell can just drive his way to the front. But that's going to take time, and we're running quickly out of that. Although we still have 30 laps to go.
Yeah.
Like, we're talking about, like, it's the last 5 laps of the race.
Yeah.
And honestly, these drivers are driving like it's the last 5 laps of the race. But there's still time. Ty Gibbs coming up behind Chase Elliott here. Just a nice square punt to the back bumper, and he's out the way. And then every fan on Earth hates you. Although I think, considering it's Ty Gibbs and all that. I think they still do. Mainly because his last name's Gibbs. NASCAR fans are super reasonable people and will dislike people for totally reasonable reasons, like driving a Toyota, having a family member in NASCAR despite the fact that you're actually pretty good. I mean, I'll give the credit right to Cindric, because I'm not his biggest fan by any stretch, but he has actually proven to me that throughout his Cup career up to this point that he definitely deserves that seat. Much unlike some other drivers who have had rides because of their parents or who their family is.
Dylan?
I was more so looking down the field to the guy whose family brand that got him in there is called Terrible Herbst. Like, the fact that that's the brand name that got him there, yeah, I'll take that as a sign that maybe that's the wrong driver to be putting in your car.
Oh, 21 and the 3 are around.
Speaking of Dylan, and I was about to say another driver who was there because of name only, but nope, Barry is not a name. I was thinking Burton from last year. Oh, it was actually Logano that sent the 3 around.
Him, yeah. And the 21 didn't really even involve them.
Yeah, he just tapped the brake. He just saw a car in front of him and just tapped the brake pedal, which logical thing to do.
That was just Logano running right through him.
Yeah, that was just Barry learning how to park with a car right in front of him.
And he did a good job parking.
Yeah, did a pretty good job T-bone parallel parking. And no caution for all that. No caution,
nope.
Yeah, we got a caution for Hocevar.
Yep. Basically in the middle of the Everglades.
Well, that was right in the middle of the stadium section, so maybe they could have just gone left and right to get around them. Totally wasn't the most narrow part of the track to have a spin at. Alright, so there we go. Van Gisbergen is out to nearly a full second lead here as he is starting to climb across it. Nope! And there goes Terrible Herbst.
Not sponsored by Herbst.
No. Oh, and he just drove it right in front of Stenhouse. He was trying to bait Stenhouse to wreck him there.
Because everyone would have expected it to be Stenhouse's fault.
Yeah, but by no means was that... Oh, that wasn't even Herbst's fault. That was Byron.
Yep.
But I can't explain what Herbst did here to just drive right in front of him. What on earth were you thinking there? I mean, you weren't in the wrong until you did that. Then you were. What on earth? I am starting to think maybe some of these drivers just didn't get the brain upgrade that they were supposed to.
You think?
Yeah. So, yeah, right now working lap number 74 here. But yeah, man, Van Gisbergen though starting to drag this one into his comfort zone here. Mike McDowell though up to 10th. I gotta say, that blaster car is definitely one to try and get used to because it is a bright red machine compared to his normal blue paint schemes. And there we go. Bowman and Bell starting to duel it out, a second and a half behind SVG. And without, if you're dueling with each other, you're going to let SVG get further and further ahead the more you fight with each other. All right, so there we go. Again, weird. As I said, we got 25 laps to go. We're 75% of the way through this race. Alright, so here we go. I think if Bell can just get around Bowman, I think Bell probably has the car to run down SVG. I mean, granted, I think there's very few people on planet Earth who have a car that can run down SVG. Also, what is Nemechek and Custer doing in the top 5 still? I bet you that's what their crew chiefs are wondering right now, too. How have we not dropped all the way to 25th at this point? And there's the cut line battle as of right now. Priest 28 points below the cut line with the great day he's been having. All because SVG wins and moves himself above that cut line.
Yep.
Otherwise, it'd be Priest versus Allmendinger. About a 27-point gap there with Priest above the cut line if anyone other than SVG wins this one.
Yep.
And that's where the win in your in system starts to fall behind in my eyes. And again, I've said it for a while. I think 2 wins. 2 wins locking into the playoffs, I think, is perfectly fine. It proves it, because that proves that you either got really, really lucky at 2 super speedways. It would eliminate a lot of the one-win wonders at super speedways. But it would still give the opportunity that, hey, if you were good at one specific type of track and can sweep the road courses, you can still get locked in. Alright, there we go. It has been a long one here. We've been live for what? How long have we been live for at this point?
Am I still alive?
Yeah, I've been live for 3 hours now.
Yep. Still got capillary refill.
Yep. You aren't dreaming yet?
Nope.
Clearly, because Eric Jones isn't leading this field.
I think Jones I have out of my lineup, don't I?
Yeah, but you'd still dream about him winning.
Yes.
In a dream scenario.
Right now, I'm in my nightmare scenario. You need your cord?
Nope.
Oh, I say I'm up to 100 now.
While you were gone, I plugged in.
Oh, okay.
Since you had taken your phone with you anyway, the plug was just sitting there unused.
That is true.
I went and used it. And SVG continues to gap the field while Bowman and Bell, I assume, are still dueling it out for a second. Although, actually, they seem to be closer than I remember. I don't know what the actual numbers are, but I think Bowman might be actually running SVG back down a bit here. Pocono Raceway schedule, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. I'll for sure be doing Xfinity Cup. I don't know what the truck schedule is going to be, considering it depends on what the weather's looking like at the local track. So in my luck, this is going to be the wettest summer we've had. And I'm not going to get to use my season pass very often. Wonder how many races how many race weekends get rained out before they potentially refund part of the season pass.
Probably
the whole thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, it would take the whole thing getting rained out. Commercial free through the checkered flag for the final 23 laps. Which normally I would expect that around 60 laps to go, but then that would have been almost the entirety of the race. So, commercial free through the checkered flag. No more commercials.
No more commercials. 23 laps. That's what?
Hour and a half?
Yep, something like that.
Maybe more if they decide to start throwing more cautions, which could happen. So Bowman's only got a 1.3 second gap between himself and SVG. Definitely seems like they might be starting to stabilize just a little bit. I gotta say, that Wendy's car is just crazy with the amount of colors on it.
That is. That looks like seagull threw up on it.
Really, I don't know what seagull puke looks like, but that's not what I would have pictured. I know you probably have avid experience with seagull puke.
I probably do, which is a little concerning, but yes.
Yep.
All right.
Custer under attack from Busher.
You are still in second. I'm in fourth now. The mother is in 11th. That's unfortunate.
Yep.
She's not that far behind me, though.
Yeah, the point spread from first to last is like 5 points.
First to last is 47.
Okay, that's actually a pretty decent gain.
Yeah, it's starting to change a little bit.
Yep. And SVG is continuing to walk away from Bowman, but it's not as quick as it was before. But blink and you'll miss it. It'll be a 2-3 second lead here shortly, it looks like. So, how long do you think it is before NASCAR throws a caution so that Bowman can get caught right back up to SVG? They just implement a new rule, fun flag. If the leader ever gets more than a 5 second lead without green flag pit stops being a factor, we'll throw the caution.
Yeah.
Unless it's a Hendrick driver, then we'll probably decide to go back on our own ruling. Because they would probably do that. Or try and find some clause in there as to why they don't have to throw the caution when they get when a driver like Larson gets a 5 second lead. And McDowell starting to bully not Priest, that's Gibbs. McDowell versus Gibbs starting to heat up here.
Let's keep that at bay.
Why, you don't want Gibbs versus McDowell?
Well, I'd just soon see them both go up, but...
Just don't want to see them both go out.
Right.
Because that's the worry there, would be that if they both go out.
Exactly. But I think McDowell's got to worry about Briscoe here.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Briscoe all over that back bumper here.
Yeah. And going around corners, that is not a pretty picture.
Can we just settle for Ty Gibbs going out and McDowell going up?
No, we can't.
Come on.
No.
That sounds like a fairly even trade.
No.
The guy I don't have in my lineup goes out, and the guy I do have in my lineup goes up. Sounds like a pretty fair trade to me. And there we go. McDowell has lost his top 10 spot to Briscoe.
Yep.
Or Brissou.
And Blaney's right on his tail now.
Yep. Well, luckily Blaney's not a very aggressive driver.
That's true.
And he's probably the least aggressive of the three Penske drivers.
Yes.
But that's not saying much when you've got Logano.
That is not a high bar.
Yeah, say you're the least aggressive driver when you've got Logano as a teammate. So yeah, there's the other 3 road courses in the regular season after today. But yeah, that's the thing. SVG is basically just going to be a wasted playoff spot if he does get a win, because there's no road course in the first round, so he's just going to be a one and done.
Yeah. Every
year until they put a road course back in the round of 16, then maybe he'll be able to advance out of that first round. Okay. He's a good road racer, but he is nowhere near good enough on the ovals to drag himself to even the next round of the round of 16. Yeah, that's going to be an interesting one.
Was that the 31 versus the 31 in that Chicago race?
No, 31 and 91.
Oh, it looked like 31 and 31.
Nope. Project 91 with SVG in it.
Okay.
It's just the fact that the Trackhouse cars have that strike in the numbers that probably made it look more like a 30 than a 90. But yeah, the recent road course winners, outside of Elliott going back-to-back in 2021, yeah, there have not been for new road course winners. specifically. Elliott's won 3 of the brand new road courses that that have been introduced.
I don't see him winning today. Well, he's in 4th place. He could conceivably.
Yep. But right now it looks like it's going to be SVG versus the World. And I think the World might be in trouble.
2nd and a half now.
Yep, 2nd and a half, and again, I don't dislike SVG, but just especially with the current playoff format, it's like I know he's gonna be a one and done. There's no question. Like unless 4 people all have a historically bad run, there is not gonna be. Yeah, so there's not going to be there's not going to be a way for SVG to sneak through. I mean, it's not even like there's a plate race in round 1 to sneak through with a win there. So if there's a plate race in round 1, sure, maybe he could conceivably sneak through the first round. With a good run there, maybe a good run at one of the intermediates, because he has been improving at those. And then the short track at Bristol basically ends him.
Yeah, definitely. Everyone gets dizzy with the left-hand corners for a third of a mile.
Half a mile.
Is it a half?
Yeah.
Seems like a third.
It won't seem like a third if you've walked once you've walked the entire way around it.
I've walked the entire way around it.
Yeah, I know. I've just done it repeatedly, multiple times. And there's last year's Chicago winner, Bowman. So it definitely seems like the Chicago drivers are doing pretty good here, the Chicago winners.
Yep. 1-2.
Yep. Does that mean Bell wins Chicago this year? I still find it funny that until I think it was the Xfinity Series race until the second NASCAR Xfinity race at the Daytona Road Course, the winner of the Daytona Roval had always won the championship that same year. Yeah, all three series, Truck Xfinity Cup, the first year that they introduced the Daytona Roval, all 3 Truck Xfinity Cup winner, all 3 went on to win the championship that same year. And then the Truck Series winner, in the Daytona Road Course race the following year, went on to win the championship. Then Ty Gibbs won the Xfinity race, which shouldn't really count because he was a part-time driver. He can't win the championship as a part-time driver. And then Bell went and broke the streak because he won the second Daytona Road Course race and still hasn't won a championship yet. Nearly 4 years later.
So 1.9 seconds separates Van Gisbergen and Bowman at this point.
Yeah. It's basically a 2-second gap here.
Yeah. Pretty close 2 seconds, though.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, 2 seconds here is a lot smaller than 2 seconds at most other places because of the lower MPH. Because the less miles per hour you're going.
And any given time, a yellow could wipe away that 2 second lead.
Yep. Watch, is this going to be the stretch where we go green to the checkers?
Could be. 17 laps to go.
Yep.
I kind of need, Bell and Bowman to wipe out and take out Elliott, Nemechek, Custer, and Buescher behind them.
That would be a massive wreck.
I know, but that's kind of what I need at this point to get back up to the top.
Especially when Bell and Bowman would give Elliott like 8 seconds of warning. New fastest lap, Kyle Larson, fastest lap award.
Kyle Larson?
Yeah, Kyle Larson just stole the fastest lap. Let's go. That's hilarious.
How many people do you think right now just saw that and said, he's still racing?
Don't worry, he's only 39 laps down.
And his car's taped together.
Yet he just earned the fastest lap of the day. Imagine how pathetic SVG must have been driving for him to have lost to a car like that. Or does that just show how unbeatable Larson is?
No.
Although at the road courses, that's like his one weakness usually.
Pretty much his kryptonite.
His kryptonite when he just turned the fastest lap in a car that looks like that. I wish I had a weakness that was that weak.
They keep showing the side of the car that doesn't have the tape on it.
Yep. But yeah, that was funny. So,
2.5 second lead.
Do you think Mom will believe us if we go upstairs and tell her that, oh yeah, Larson got the best lap of the race?
Did she have him in her garage?
Yeah. Yeah, definitely did.
Oh, there goes the 9 getting pushed out of the way.
That's a replay from yesterday's race. That's the Xfinity Series number 9 with Daniel Suarez.
Why are we showing yesterday's race?
Because it's kind of we're kind of at a dry point in the Cup race.
You're showing it on the big screen, and you've got a little tiny side by side. You don't even do that for your commercials.
Well, if you watched yesterday's race, you would have known that was yesterday's race.
No, I probably wouldn't
have. Okay, if you watched and paid attention and have a memory better than that of a goldfish.
What?
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, right now, though, Bowman versus Bell.
I think Bell's going to take him.
Yeah, the problem is how much is Bowman going to slow him up before he gets there? Right, I think Bell could maybe run down SVG, but...
Yeah, well, and Van Gisbergen's loving this.
Yeah, he's asking for more of it.
Yeah.
He certainly does not want a caution with this fight going on.
His spotter's got pom-poms up there for these two.
Yeah, and he's not cheering for either one in particular. He just wants the two of them to keep going at it.
Yeah. There you go.
There we go. Bell clears Bowman, and now Bell can set sail. Come on, just cut that cord. The time penalty would be worth it.
I'm not sure that's true.
What's the worst NASCAR could do? Throw the book at him? Probably.
Did you forget what he's driving?
Yeah, Toyota.
Toyota. Not a Chevy.
Yep.
Oh, did I let my bias come out there? Or what I think NASCAR's biases might be?
Yeah. Especially considering NASCAR is currently going to court against a Toyota and a Ford team. There might be just a hair bit of bias there.
Well, technically, the Toyota and the Ford teams took NASCAR to court first. This is just a countersuit.
Well, but neither lawsuit has actually been resolved, so they're both still in amidst two different lawsuits.
Yeah.
But regardless, they're still both going up against each other. Regardless of who started it. I mean, they're essentially going to war, and once you're in a war, does it really matter who started it at that point?
Well, yes, in a legal battle, because you have to countersue if you're going to prevail.
Yep.
And win anything out of it.
Yep. But I mean, that would be like, oh yeah. You know, if you say, oh yeah, someone took someone else to court, it's like, oh yeah, of course they're going to retaliate. They're not just going to sit there and let you sue them without doing anything in return unless they know they did something absolutely wrong and are just accepting the penalty.
Well, no, you fight the suit.
Yeah.
You don't have to countersue. You have to find grounds to countersue.
Yeah. Well, I feel like a lot of situations there definitely is in lawsuits.
5 second lead now. 5.5 seconds. Van Gisbergen over Bell.
Ty Gibbs and McDowell dueling it out for that 10th and final spot inside the top 10.
Yep.
Seems like Ty Gibbs may have lost some of that magic from earlier. And I think I know what that magic's called. Clean air.
Clean air. Yeah.
Yep. Which is weird because it shouldn't really matter as much at a road course, clean air.
No, everyone should have clean air, pretty much.
Yeah, well, especially when you've got 5 seconds in between Bell and SVG. Both of those should be relatively clean air. I mean, Bowman might not have all that much clean air because he's only 1 second behind Bell at this point. Alright, so here we go. Again, Bell doing really well, though. I feel pretty good about having Bell as my pick for the week, especially considering SVG was already off the board before I got my turn to pick. So I couldn't choose SVG.
Would you have?
Probably. Probably.
Yeah. My pick's down in
11th.
11th.
Hey, you know what? He's the best driver named Ty still in the race. What? It's not like he's the only driver named Ty in the field. There is another one. Right?
Yes.
So, I'm not wrong. But yeah, just to see what that playoff would change to if we didn't have the auto win of SVG. Like Allmendinger would be Allmendinger and McDowell both so close to the playoff cut line. In fact, look at the first 3 out if you just move that cut line one lower. Allmendinger, McDowell, Kyle Busch, Stenhouse. And is there a way for all 4 of them to get in? Probably not. Probably only one of them at most gets in. Especially if SVG wins.
What the heck's a Chumba Casino?
Talking about Bubba Wallace's sponsor?
Sponsor, yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know what that is.
No idea. Probably one of those casino apps where it's like, oh yeah, virtual slots. Or it might be a real casino in Vegas, honestly. Who knows?
It could be. It's been a year or 2 since I've been there. Or
yeah, haven't taken your college students on a trip to Vegas yet?
No.
Imagine your conference gets held there next year instead of Mardi Gras. Because Mardi Gras weekend was a really questionable choice for a college.
For a criminal justice.
Yeah, for a
conference.
CJ conference.
The year after we did it in Denver, the year they legalized marijuana.
Yeah, only a couple of question marks there.
And the back page sponsor of our conference book was the marijuana industry with a big pot leaf on it.
Oh, fun. Okay. So, hey, at least it was a cool criminal justice conference.
Well,
definitely had the kids' attention, I'm sure. And
what was that?
That's Hocevar, yeah.
And who's in front of him?
No idea who that was. I was looking at the 77.
Me too.
27? 47. That's Stenhouse.
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 We should just assume it's Stenhouse if we don't know.
So it's Ricky Stenhouse Jr. and Ricky Stenhouse III going around, because that's basically what Hocevar is at this point.
Yep.
It's just Ricky Stenhouse III.
Ooh, one got knocked out too.
Yeah, and he just
He made the best of it though.
yeah, if he can, because the thing is, you're not allowed to go there, but if you can say that you were forced there, then you can take advantage like that and avoid the penalty.
Yep.
And that's what I meant when I said NBA style flopping, trying to make it look like you got forced there, even though you really didn't. To go and take advantage of the cutting the course. Here we go. Michael McDowell trying to pass the one while the 19 breathes down both of their necks. So that's pretty impressive. If you can breathe down two people's neck at the same time. Not very easy to do.
Yep. Briscoe's finding a way to do it.
Yep. And here we go. Come on.
7.5 seconds.
Oh, wow. That was a big block by Chastain. And there we go. Chastain runs wide. Couldn't handle that pressure. And now he's going to lose 2 spots in one corner. As here comes Briscoe. Briscoe clears him. Now Briscoe's going to be trying to get right back on McDowell's rear bumper here.
You know what that means?
As they've got
I just moved down another spot on the leaderboard.
Wouldn't that be up a spot? You got McDowell jumping up?
Oh, I went down.
Oh. Because, yeah, I mean, Chastain going down 2 spots, but McDowell going up 1. I mean, yeah, that's a net loss of 1 point, I guess.
Yep, that's what I went down.
Just 1 point?
Yeah, well, yeah, I went down into a 3-way tie for 4th.
Yep.
You're 4 points off the lead.
All right. Who's in the lead then?
Dave Bird.
Okay.
I don't know if that's a real name.
No idea. Yeah, and then Elliott on Bowman. Wait. Elliott passed Bowman for 3rd. Wow. And we're only just seeing this on replay? How are we only just seeing this now on replay?
Because we were probably watching that.
The other mess?
Yeah.
A pass for 3rd seems like a pretty
Better than a pass for
important thing.
9th.
Yeah.
Or 8th.
Yeah. I mean, granted, I will take any airtime Michael McDowell can get because he deserves it, but maybe in that situation there was something that you should have been giving that airtime to.
You saying Chase Elliott doesn't deserve airtime?
I'm saying he gets enough of it as is. Speaking of airtime, look at the error between Van Gisbergen and Bell.
Yeah.
8.5 seconds. Without a caution, I think this is SVG's race to lose.
8 laps to go, yeah.
Laps led the entire season up to this point, 25. He's led over double that today at 52. Yeah.
I think he should take some of that sponsorship right there, the safety culture, and just take this safety right to the win. 9 seconds now.
Oh, I didn't realize Josh Williams was his spotter. Wow. Is he not racing Xfinity Series cars anymore?
Who's Josh Williams?
There's 2 different Josh Williams. There's one that's an Xfinity Series driver, and the other one was Blaney's spotter the last time I knew. But apparently he moved over to Trackhouse at some point. But yeah, there's 2 different Josh Williams in the same garage.
Okay.
Yep, that's not confusing at all.
No, payroll must love that.
Yep. Yeah, that was really funny because during the COVID break when in 2020, Ryan Blaney was doing a bunch of iRacing events with Josh Williams as a driver. His spotter, Josh Williams,
Yep.
was racing with him, and it's like, okay, so we got Blaney driving with Josh Williams. When the other Josh Williams wouldn't really become relevant until a couple years later when he parked it on the start-finish line and walked off. There we go. McDowell over Busher. Let's go. Michael McDowell to 7th. Come on. One more caution and McDowell can win this thing. One more caution and McDowell can win this thing. Problem is, McDowell's probably going to be the caution because somebody's probably going to punt him.
Busher doesn't punt.
Sorry, does he just kick, not punt?
And Custer doesn't really. McDowell's surrounded by.
Custer doesn't punt.
No.
No, but I can see Custer overdriving a corner and accidentally punting him.
Yeah. Well, he's in front of him.
Yeah, it won't be for long. Hopefully. I hope McDowell can get by him. There's like a 2-second gap. Okay, maybe it'll take a minute for McDowell to get by him.
I love the foot cam.
Yeah, the foot cam is a fun one for road courses.
Cool.
Yeah.
I still would be lost with the 3 pedals.
Yeah.
$11-second lead.
Yep. Second biggest lead of the year. Second to what Kyle Larson was able to put up at the Bristol race. Which honestly, Kyle Larson being able to put up that kind of lead at Bristol is insane.
I'd say an 11-second. That's like a whole lap, isn't it?
15-second lap. It's like 14, 15 seconds per lap at Bristol.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Pretty close to a whole lap.
Yep. And that's what he had at the Bristol race.
Think we'll get to see that in September?
I hope not. I kind of hope we have a more competitive race.
Yeah.
So, yep. 6 laps to go here. Gisbergen just driving away with this one. Here comes Briscoe. Briscoe going through.
Yep. Passing Busher.
Yep. And then there's a 4-car gaggle there that could result in something.
Gaggle.
Yeah.
Gaggle.
Yeah.
I like that word.
Yep. That's what you call a group of children, which any group involving Chastain, Byron, and Gibbs pretty much is a group of children.
Not going to disagree with that.
I'm allowed to say that because Gibbs is actually younger than me. But I should be doing better than that. Than this.
But Chastain.
Oh, yeah. Chastain's the old man of the group. Comparatively. But he acts like a child. A fair amount. Not to mention that car looks like it was designed by a child. Probably was, actually. Probably in partnership with some sort of charity thing. And there we go. McDowell gets by Custer. Told you it would take like a minute or so.
Yep.
So McDowell passes Custer for 6th, and now all eyes are set on John Hunter Nemechek to get McDowell a top 5. 5 laps left for a caution. Well, 4 laps left before we are out of range of a caution saving us here. Byron overcooking the tires. So now it's a 12.5-second lead. SVG is insane here.
I think he's figured this course out.
Yep. Well, giving him 95 laps, I think he definitely has figured it out. Definitely think the concerns from practice were definitely unfounded.
Yes.
After he went 9th and 10th in the 2 practice sessions. Yeah, I think he was just playing with his food there. And nope, there's a caution. Nope, I'm just kidding. Just wanted to see if I could get a reaction out of you. Yeah, no, we're still just chugging
It's
along
6:35. I'm not asleep yet.
It's 6:36. You're now asleep. Most of the time.
No. Not this early. 7:30 maybe.
All right, I will remind you of that the next time you're asking to go to bed at 6:30 or earlier.
Since when did I start asking you if I could go to bed?
No, you start asking the room if it's early enough to go to bed.
Ah.
And I just happen to be in the room most of the time when you ask that question. Even though it is probably a rhetorical question, not an actual one.
Pretty much a rhetorical question.
Because there is no such thing as too early to go to bed.
That is true.
Maybe 10 a.m.
I could take a nap.
Yeah, the question is whether or not you end up waking up from that nap before 10 a.m. the following morning.
Yeah. No, I couldn't sleep that long. I'd be up all night.
Yeah.
I'm usually up all night if I go to bed before 8.
Yeah. But yeah, they're narrowly avoiding some of these interior walls. I'm kind of surprised we haven't seen someone just drive straight into one of them.
We did. We saw one.
Yeah, Briscoe, but it didn't actually do any damage to his car, considering the fact that he's still 8th.
They don't appear to be barriers. They appear to be guides.
Yeah.
So there doesn't seem to be much substance to them.
Yeah, there's not a pile of tires like there was on the one that Bubba Wallace hit at Charlotte the first year they had the Roval, when he went and absolutely destroyed his race car on the exit of the backstretch chicane.
Oh, there goes.
And speaking of Bubba Wallace, there he is.
Going right past Chastain.
Yep. Battle for 14th being shown, while we have a 14-second lead for the SVG. Come on. 2 laps left. We have 2 laps left to find a caution. 2 laps left to find a caution, or 3 laps for someone to run down over 15 seconds of gap. I'll take the caution. Come on. Let's see it. Just need a caution.
Larson, fastest lap and 42 laps down.
Yep.
I have a question.
Yeah.
Does he have to finish the 42 laps?
No.
To actually finish the race?
No.
No?
No. When the leader takes the checkered flag, so will he. Just 42 laps off the pace.
Okay. So there is no racing after the leader takes the...
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
That way they can start packing up the track to go home.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Especially, could you imagine at Chicago if the downtown streets of Chicago, they're trying to open the streets back up and it's like, hey, no, I still got 2 more laps.
Not to mention, just think about the extra time that would give the people to steal more of their vehicles.
Yeah. 2 laps to go. Looking like this one's just going to be a walk-off win here for Van Gisbergen.
Yeah, I think. Foregone conclusion.
Come on. Somebody find a tire barrier. Hey, there's not a Wendy's sponsored section, otherwise, Noah Gragson could go bury himself in another tire barrier like he did at Chicago a couple years ago.
Police One still a sponsor?
Police One?
Yeah, they sponsored a car at one point.
I don't remember seeing a car with that sponsorship.
Throw out a spike strip.
Yeah, well, I'm going to say, does Nintendo sponsor one? We could get a blue shell to knock out the leader.
Yeah. I don't know what that means, but I'll go with it.
Just think of it like a heat-seeking missile.
Okay.
Trained on the leader.
Okay.
Yep. Just for the sake of it being a cartoon, they have to make it a shell, not a actual missile.
All right. Coming down to the
come to the white flag, which would guarantee that there will be no caution to ruin this day for SVG. Now, the only thing that stands between SVG and his win to get him to the playoffs is 2.5 miles of racing ahead of him, and all he has to do is not crash. Which, considering there's a lap car ahead of him...
Yeah, I was just going to say that.
Imagine if that lap car wipes him out. Could you imagine the frustration out of SVG?
Yeah. 17-second lead right now over Bell.
Yep. Yep, that would not be a very happy guy.
Oh, he's 36 years old? I didn't realize he was that old.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, he's a multi-time sports car champion.
Yeah.
So, over in Australian supercars, so... Makes sense that he's a little older for the average Cup Series rookie.
The Aussies let the New Zealanders in?
Yeah.
Okay. Huh.
Well, again, when the New Zealanders are so much better at driving, they kind of don't have a choice. Not to mention, they're the only people they can find within a 24-hour radius. That or they're going to have to start letting the kangaroos drive. So who's the lap car? Oh, it's Cody Ware, too. Oh, my. That would be hilarious if Cody Ware were to take him out, especially with only 3 quarters to go here.
And you know Cody Ware doesn't want to get lapped here.
Well, it's not Newman. If it was Newman, I'd be more worried.
Well, yeah.
Because Newman would be willing to wreck himself to not go a lap down.
I don't know if SVG really...
Yeah, I don't think SVG's pushing this issue.
No, I don't think he's got the will to... Where did...
I actually think it would have been smart for Ware there to just slow down so he doesn't have to complete another lap. because he crossed the line before SVG, he has to now finish out this next lap.
I thought it was all over when SVG finished, when the leader passed.
Yeah, but because Ware hit the line just before SVG, he has to go back around and collect the checkered flag. So it's when you complete your next lap after the leader completes his lap. So once the leader hits the line, the checkered flag is out and everybody crossing the line, that is your last lap. Finishing up.
Okay.
So SVG wins it. Bell second. Elliott third. Bowman fourth. McDowell comes away with the top 5. Let's go. Micah McDowell, top 5. John Nemechek, 6th. 7th will be Briscoe. 8th. Custer, 9th, Byron, and rounding out your top 10 is Chris Buescher.
And you came in 3rd in the fantasy. I came in 4th. And Mother came in 11th.
So 10th driver to win a race and lock in this year, and there's his road course results. So, curious to see how they'll do at the other 3 road courses. Maybe you'll earn enough playoff points to actually maybe stand a shot in the round of 16.
Is this only his 2nd win?
Yeah.
Wow.
Well, it's only his first full season. Yep, there we go. SVG burning it down in Victory Lane in the stadium section.
So, as I say, at least those people that can only see 100 yards...
We're going to get to see him burn it down. Yep. But as per usual, I will go through and give every single driver credit for their finishing position, unfortunately, because the computer decided not to give us the screen that they normally do at the end of this one. We'll have to go through it on the phone, but we'll go through the top 10 quick because we already did them. SVG first, Bell second, Elliott third, Bowman fourth, McDowell fifth, Nemechek sixth, 7th is going to be Briscoe, 8th, Cole Custer, 9th. Hey, 8th for Custer. That's pretty good. Byron, 9th. 10th, Buescher. Ty Gibbs comes home in the 11th position. 12th will be Bubba Wallace. 13th, AJ Allmendinger. Not bad, but when you compare him to the new road ringer, yeah, he is light years behind him. Then you got Blaney, 14th, and then you got Ryan Preece, 15th. Ross Chastain, 16th. Eric Jones, 17th. Austin Cindric, 18th. 19th will be Daniel Suarez, and the rounding out your top 20 will be Tyler Reddick. Joey Logano, 21st. 22nd for Joey Logano, for Todd Gilliland. Ryan Truex comes home 23rd, so I actually read about where Denny Hamlin would have finished anyway. See, you gave a nice, fair finish for Denny Hamlin. Justin Haley comes home 24th, and Brad Keselowski rounds out your top 25. Josh Berry, Ricky Stenhouse Jr., and Austin Dillon make up 26th, 27th, and 28th. Riley Herbst and Noah Gragson will round out your top 30 finishers. Then we got Cody Ware finishing 100 seconds off the pace in 31st, the last car on the lead lap. Then we got Catherine Legg 1 lap down, Ty Dillon 1 lap down, 32nd and 33rd place respectively. Carson
Dillon finished behind
Catherine Legg,
this person that I've never heard of.
Well, she is a road course driver typically.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, she runs in the IMSA WeatherTech sports cars a lot and IndyCar.
The things I don't watch.
Yep. Then Carson Hocevar, the last driver, one lap down in 34th. 35th is going to be Zane Smith. 36th, and the fastest lap award going to Kyle Larson. And Kyle Busch, out 94 laps shy of the checkered flag, will be our last place finisher for the day. So, unless you've got anything else to say, feel free to say. We'll be getting ready to hop off here.
So, the only thing that I have to say is I think he deserves everything that he got today, Shane Van Gisbergen.
Even the locked-in playoff spot?
Even the locked-in playoff spot.
Okay.
I think he deserves that. I had a good time. This was fun. I like the new space.
Oh, he signed and punted a rugby ball up into the crowd.
Oh, cool.
That's pretty cool. There's Suarez smashing the piñata yesterday in Victory Lane. Now another unique one.
Did you see Daniel Suarez pull over and fist bump him?
Yep.
That's pretty cool.
Especially when those two are competing with each other for a job next year.
Yeah.
And Stenhouse's going to get in the face of Hocevar before Hocevar's even out of the car. I mean, those two did both spin in the same corner, but I don't remember it being Hocevar's fault. Was he just saying hi to him? Because I know
that didn't look like just hi.
Because I know those two had some beef a week or two ago at Michigan.
Who's that?
That's Hocevar.
That's Hocevar?
I'm pretty sure, yeah. Considering it says Hocevar on the back of his shirt.
So it appears that he might have been butthurt by that.
Well,
tongue lashing that he just got.
Yeah. Yeah, and again, it's one of those things. I don't even remember that one being on. I mean, granted, those two, again, Hocevar already kind of was in the wrong, although I still blamed it mostly on Stenhouse with the wreck that happened 1 week ago at Michigan. But yeah, I don't remember their wreck earlier today having anything to do with either of them. I thought they both just simultaneously spun. Might have to go take a look at that replay after this one, but hey, Prime, you're doing post-race coverage. This would be a great time to put that on.
Yep.
What happened to Kyle Larson? Kyle Busch, and a bunch of others got caught out by the rain early on. So, yeah, Kyle Larson, Kyle Busch, and a bunch of other drivers got significant damage when the rain first popped up within the first 2 laps of the race.
And then Larson got the fastest lap after that.
Yeah. Yeah, then Larson, after spending about 30 laps in the pits, which, granted, 30 laps around here is 2 hours in the pits for them to work on that?
Yeah, I think they ought to go get sponsored by duct tape after that, because that's what his car was held together by, and he got the fastest lap all taped together.
Yeah, and hey, they're doing a full-on podium celebration. Hey, here we go. This is something different that they don't do at every race. I'll take it. Hey, getting to see a cool podium finish here for the top 3.
Hope you guys are enjoying watching it. Sorry.
Listening to it. Yeah. Well, hey, we're just chilling out here. Hopefully everybody had a good night, though. We'll see you guys next week for Pocono. Not sure if I'll have a video up in between on the main channel. Look to the gaming channel. There should be a video either tomorrow or Tuesday of the Switch 2, but until next time, it'll probably be the live stream at Pocono for Saturday will probably be the next video. But until next time, hopefully you guys enjoyed it. I'll see you guys next video. Live stream, whatever you guys had to do with the rest of your night. Have a great night, everybody, and goodbye!